Well, let's try that again. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Crime Curious. I was muted. I was totally unprepared at all. And normally I'm super prepared, but I kind of woke up late and um, got a late start on the morning. It's raining here, so the pit bull had to be taken out and all that stuff. So, yay! Thank you so much. So, as I said, many of you guys know I work 40 plus hours a week, and I'm unable to play Harmony's trial like I want to. I try to catch up during breaks and lunches, but it's just not the same as being able to watch the trial. So thank you, ma'am. And for replay crew or anybody that's might be lurking in the bushes, the link that should drop if Nightbot wakes up will be Crime Curious's link. Make sure you guys are checking her channel out. She's doing some amazing studies at night and is there boots on the ground for Harmony's trial. I guess I have to wake Nightbot up because he's decided it's too early on a Saturday as well. So we'll get him woke up and hopefully that'll drop her link. If not, I'll drop it myself. So I'm going to go ahead and start this. I am going to run it on 1.5 because it is court TV. Full credit goes to them for being there and running, or 1.25 guys, not 1.5, for being there and letting us get an inside look at the courtroom, witnesses, and the trial. And why am I logged out of my Nightbot? That's probably why the link didn't drop. Okay, so while I work on Nightbot, I am going to go ahead and start this. And hopefully you guys can see it. If it's real choppy, somebody let me know if you don't mind. And I'll plug in the hardwire. I'm also going to pop off camera because it'll help my signal as well. I am in the swamps of Florida, so sometimes my signal is not the best for screen share or anything else. So I might speed this up because we don't want to just sit here and look at the door.
Because they had to contact your attorney and write up the letter that set out the terms of what would happen to you based on.
Okay, let's try that again. And normally I have my screen side by side, so it's kind of messed me up because my laptop's below my screen. So I apologize for the mouse running across the screen, guys.
All right, so Jerry.
You may be seated. Ms. Montgomery, I remind you, you are still under oath.
Yes.
I believe when we left off on
Thank you, Crime Curious.
Friday,
Thank you for being here.
Morning, by the way. When on Friday, we were talking about getting ready to sit down and talk to police after you were arrested on 2 charges of perjury.
Yes.
And you told the police that you wanted to talk to them, but it took a while before you actually talked to them because they had to contact your attorney and write up the letter that set out the terms of what would happen to you based on what you said.
Yes.
And essentially those terms were that what you said couldn't be used against you, but would be used as a gauge for whether or not they wanted to enter into an agreement with you, right?
Yes.
And so if you said something that hurt you, they wouldn't be able to say, Kayla admitted to this and charge you with a crime, right?
Right.
But at the same time, if they found evidence independently to support what you said and that you committed a new crime, they could charge you.
I don't remember.
Okay, that's fine. And so this agreement did not include those conditions that you had written while you were in your jail cell thinking of cooperating, right?
Yes.
Because they had not come to you with any sort of cooperation agreement.
Right.
Okay. Now, you knew in going to talk to them that they wanted information about Harmony being missing, right?
Yes.
Whether or not she was alive,
Yes.
when she went missing,
Yes.
under what circumstances she went missing.
Yes.
And these are things that you had been thinking about since the time of your arrest, right?
Yes.
And when you first told the lie to the police and to the grand jury that the last time you saw Harmony, she was driving away with Adam to be taken to her mother, follow-up showed that not to be true, and you knew it, right?
Yes.
And one of the ways that you knew it, other than what you had lived through, but you knew they had found it not to be true, was that you had seen and heard Crystal Sorey talking on the news about her missing child, right?
I didn't see that right when they were questioning me.
Okay. It had been going on for a little bit though, right?
Yes.
And also, while you were in your jail cell, you got what's called discovery, right?
Yes.
And that is police reports and searches and the results of all that stuff that is sent to you as a part of you being charged for a crime, right?
Yes.
And that discovery included the investigation into Harmony being missing.
Yes.
And it included the charge of the reports and stuff on the charge of second-degree assault against Adam.
Yes.
And so you knew what people had said to the police and stuff about that second-degree assault charge.
Yes.
And you also knew that the charge was for Adam striking Harmony in the face.
Yes.
And you knew that there was a claim of black eyes from that, right?
Yes.
And when you told the police your story of what happened to Harmony, the allegation that you had was striking her in the face, right?
Yes.
And you included a story of black eyes.
Yes.
All right. So the next thing I want to talk about is the timeline of your accusations against Adam. So on June 3rd, you met with the police for a pretty long time, right?
Yes.
And it was the meeting that you had was audio and video recorded.
Yes.
And your lawyer was present.
Yes.
And the police were generally the ones asking questions.
Yes.
But there was somebody from the Attorney General's office who was also present.
Yes.
And then after that interview, and it was fairly long, right?
Yes.
And there was a break in between, but between the two of them, it was really long.
Yes.
And then you got booked for the perjury charges.
Yes.
And during booking, you said something to Detective Dunleavy about Portland pie.
Yes.
And that Adam had taken the body to Portland pie from the freezer and then returned it to Union Street later.
Yes.
The plea agreement, well, then you talked again on the June 23rd.
Yes.
And on June 23rd, that was also audio and video recorded.
Yes.
And about the same amount of people were there,
Yes.
and generally the same people.
Yes.
And after that, you did reach your deal, right?
Yes.
But, and you were out for the interview on June 23rd. You were back out on bail, right?
Yes.
And then, as we talked about, sometime in September, you got arrested and reincarcerated.
Yes.
And then sometime after that, you and your attorney, you got an agreement with the state.
Yes.
And under that agreement, you could serve a minimum of 2 years.
I don't remember.
I think you testified on direct that you got a 3.5 to 7 suspended and a 3.5 to 7 to serve, but you could get out. You could get 1.5 years suspended off of that, right?
Yes.
So that would be a minimum of 2 years.
Yes.
And you also got credit for the time that you had put in while on bail.
Yes.
And so your parole hearing comes up in a month or two?
May.
May? Okay. Now, after you reached the agreement, you pled to that agreement in November of
Yes.
2022.
Yes.
And then in March of 2023, you had another meeting with the same group of people.
Yes.
And where was that meeting?
At the Attorney General's office in Concord.
And you were housed in the New Hampshire State Prison for Women at that time, right?
Yes.
And you were transported from the prison to the Attorney General's office to talk to him.
Yes.
And that interview was also recorded and video recorded.
Yes.
And generally, the police were asking the questions,
Yes.
and the prosecutor from the state might ask a few,
Yes.
but he was there for the whole thing watching.
Yes.
And then, so that was March of 2023. And then this December of 2023, you met with the state again, right?
Yes.
And was that the same sort of thing where you were transported from the prison to the Attorney General's office?
No.
Where was that meeting?
At the Women's State Prison.
Okay. And who was present for that?
Myself and Chris and my lawyer and Amy.
And Amy's somebody who works with the Attorney General's office?
Yes, she's an advocate.
Okay. And there you were not recorded, right?
No.
And
Yes.
questioning some things that you had to say.
Yes.
And I think I said it, but it was not recorded.
Right.
And then you met with them again in January.
Yes.
Same sort of situation.
Okay, so I hardwired in, so hopefully it'll stop being so choppy. I appreciate your guys' patience. And again, I'm sorry for not being fully prepared for this afternoon's live.
Yes.
That was around January 10.
Yes.
And was that about as long?
Yeah.
Going through all the stuff that you had said before,
Yes.
questioning you on the stuff that you had said before,
Yes.
and getting ready to testify here.
Yes.
And then January 19, you met with them again?
January what?
19?
Yes.
And same situation?
Yes.
So that you're going over what you had said before,
Yes.
going over what you're going to say to the jury,
Yes.
and there might be some questions about what you said before, and so you kind of go back through it and work through that.
Yes.
And that was that it as far as meetings?
Yes.
Okay. And during all that time, you had plenty of time to review in your mind your memories and talk about things that you had said.
Yes.
So we're going to talk about some of the things that you've said to the jury and before the jury trial, okay?
Yes.
So you talked about after your eviction, which was November 27,
Yes.
you lived in your car for about 2 weeks.
Yes. A few weeks.
From November 27 to the day it broke down on December 7.
Yes.
Little under 2 weeks.
Yes.
Okay. And as you're evicted, you take some items with you,
Yes.
take some clothing for the kids.
Yes.
You take the toothbrush for Harmony.
Yes.
Make sure she can brush her teeth while she's in the car.
Yes, we all had toothbrushes.
Huh?
We all had toothbrushes.
Okay, so Declan and Seamus also were brushing their teeth?
Well, they had baby toothbrushes.
Okay. And so you made sure that you packed those things that the kids need for their hygiene
Yes.
and some clothes for each of them,
Yes.
in addition to what they were wearing.
Yes.
And then you probably got some extra bibs and stuff for when you're feeding Declan,
Yes.
and diapers
Yes.
and food.
Yes.
Okay. And extra underpants for Harmony.
I don't remember.
Okay. You had outerwear for the kids,
Yes.
coats and shoes,
Yes.
and socks.
Yes.
And the next day was Thanksgiving.
Yes.
And do you recall where you stayed on Thanksgiving?
No, I don't remember.
You didn't celebrate a Thanksgiving on Thanksgiving Day, right?
No.
Okay. And the day after Thanksgiving, you went to your mom's house.
Yes.
And you went the day after Thanksgiving to see if she could put you up.
Yes.
And she wasn't able to.
No.
But you were there at her house for a while.
Yes.
And you used that time to clean up the kids
Yes.
because they had been in the car the night before.
Yes.
And to clean them up a lot better than just wiping the boys when you change their diapers, right?
Yes.
And brushing their teeth
Yes.
and changing their clothes.
Yes.
Did you use her laundry while you were there?
I don't remember.
Okay. And your mom took that time to get to know her grandchildren,
Yes.
including Harmony.
Yes.
And she couldn't put you up, so you had to leave.
Yes.
And you stayed in the car that night.
Yes.
And then that was, by the way, November 29, the day after Thanksgiving, right?
Yes.
And that's the same day that you had a car accident, right?
The 29th. Yes.
Okay. And that was a car accident with Tabitha Scott in the front seat, you in the back seat with the kids,
Yes.
and Adam driving.
Yes.
Sorry. And police came after the accident,
Yes.
and you had Declan in a car seat.
Yes.
Seamus was in some sort of,
He was in a car seat.
okay. And Harmony was not.
No.
You did not have a car seat for Harmony, right?
Right.
And you were in the back, so she wasn't in a seatbelt either, right?
No.
And that was a problem when the police officer came, right?
Yes.
And blanket was thrown over Harmony, and she was told to hide so that the police officer wouldn't know that you had too many kids in the car that were, and one was unrestrained.
No.
Okay. You were hiding the fact that you did not have Harmony restrained in the back seat at the time of the accident.
Yes.
And then Adam had his license at that time, right?
I don't remember if he lost it then or not.
Okay. Well, he was able to drive away from there after the police officer talked to you all, right?
Yes.
So he probably had his license, right?
Probably yes.
Okay. And Tabitha Scott, your friend that was in the car at the time of the accident, she was a friend, right?
Yes.
And she really liked Harmony, right?
Yes.
She would play with Harmony, right?
Yes.
And sometimes play dress up and stuff like that with her, right?
No, but okay. I don't remember that happening.
Okay. Remember taking photographs and like photoshopping them to put stuff on them and stuff like that in
Yes.
photographs? Okay. And Tabitha was somebody that you would have babysit the kids sometimes.
Yes.
And sometimes it would just be Harmony and you would take the two boys with you, or sometimes she might do all three.
Yes.
And your accident on the 29th, do you recall that being in the afternoon?
I don't remember.
Okay. And do you recall if you went to your mom's before or after that?
I think I went to my mom's later that night.
Okay. And Harmony did not have black eyes when you went to your mom's,
No.
right? So she did not have black eyes when she was in that accident, right?
No.
Pardon?
No.
Okay. Now, December 1st. Well, that was an accident on the 29th. And you made up a lie about November 30th. What did you actually do on November 30th?
I don't remember.
Okay. About December 1. Do you know what you did that day?
No.
Do you know where you stayed?
In the car?
Do you know where the car was?
No.
Was it at Colonial Village?
I remember that's where we would normally park and sleep in the car.
Okay.
Okay, guys. So I'm pro victim, not per, but not hating on Kayla. But what this defense attorney I don't think understands is that they're addicts, and there are memory lapses. There's time lapses. So she probably honestly doesn't remember a lot or places, and sometimes it can come in flashes.
You said that Anthony Bodero, and am I pronouncing that right? Bodero?
Yes.
Okay. That he would come down to the car while you were in the parking lot.
Yes.
And I think that you said that he would give you drugs.
Yes.
And that he would see Harmony during that less than 2 week period that you were in the car.
Yes.
And that he would come down, she would wave to him.
Yes.
And he would wave back.
Yes.
And Harmony was not under a cover when she would wave to Anthony Berdero.
No.
And she was not hidden from public view or Anthony Bedero's view when he would come down in the morning.
No.
And I think that you said that he might come, maybe not every day, but pretty frequently.
Yes.
And he also brought you some Thanksgiving leftovers.
Very possible.
Yes.
And when he did that, he saw Harmony.
Yes.
Now, there was another accident on December 2nd. Do you remember that?
No.
Do you remember that you had another accident outside of the clinic after the accident on November 29?
Yes.
And that was during a time that you and Adam had been going to the clinic, right?
Yes.
And the kids were not with you at that time.
I don't remember if they were there or not.
Okay. So it is, and I think you said reviewing the accident report would not refresh your recollection? Or would it?
I don't remember.
If I gave you the accident report, do you think it might refresh your recollection?
I will try and remember.
I've got a 1, 2, 3, 4-page document, and I've actually highlighted the date on the first page just because there's so much information. But do you think if you review the accident report, it might refresh your recollection that your kids were not in the car?
I remember the accident, but I don't remember if the kids were in the car or not.
Okay.
Even looking at this, I don't remember. I just remember we were in an accident outside the clinic.
Okay. And I think we talked about that a little bit on Friday, that the police asked you about that as well
Yes.
during your interview, right?
Yes.
And that you said that maybe Tabitha or maybe your mom was babysitting the kids.
Yes.
So if you were in the accident and the kids were not with you, they would have been with somebody that you trusted to babysit them.
Yes.
Harmony would not have been hidden from whoever that babysitter was.
No.
How bad's it lagging? Is it lagging really bad? Because if so, I'll take it off the second screen. It doesn't want to run good if it's not on the second screen. Let's see. Give me just a second. Okay. Sorry, guys. Technical difficulties. So hopefully that'll help it not lag so bad. I'll take the second screen off because sometimes it causes the stream to lag. So This might be better. And I'll watch chat on my phone because let's see. I apologize, guys. Like I said, I'm on swamp signal, so
Harmony would not have been hidden from public view.
there we go. Let me know if it's still lagging,
Harmony
please.
would not have been hidden under a blanket.
Is it
Now,
still
Do
frozen?
you recall it snowing at all while you were staying at the Colonial Village parking lot?
I know that there was snow on and off.
Okay. There was actually a bit of a storm. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And that was when you were parked at Colonial Village.
Yes.
And did you go inside to the Bodero's residence during that storm?
I don't remember going in there.
Okay. Did you ever take the children into Mr. Bodero's residence to brush their teeth or to clean them up or anything like that?
I remember bringing the kids up to his apartment, but I don't remember when that was.
Okay. So let's talk about living in the car. You got a couple of boys that are quite young.
Yes.
One is about 11 months,
Yes.
and your other son was 2.5-ish.
Yes.
And they can only stay in the same position one time for a certain amount of time, right?
Right.
And then they start getting pretty rambunctious, right?
Yes.
And fussy.
Yes.
And Declan, if he gets fussy, will cry,
Yes.
and that'll make Seamus cry.
I don't remember that.
Okay. And Harmony, also, maybe not as rambunctious, but would get pretty fussy about being in the car for a long time, right?
Yes.
And so you would try and find ways to entertain them.
Yes.
And one of the ways that you entertained them was to go to a public place like maybe the mall, just to get them walking around inside for a while.
I don't remember that.
You remember losing your phone at the mall while you and Adam were walking around with the kids?
No.
Okay. One of the ways that you would entertain them was to take them to places like Walmart when you were shopping for more food.
I don't remember going there.
Okay. What were the ways that you entertained them?
I don't remember what we did with them. I just remember living in the car.
Okay. But you didn't have the children in the car 24/7, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you play or take them to walk on those balance beams and stuff on that little play center at the back of the parking lot at Colonial?
I don't remember.
Okay. Let's talk about the food that you had. You would eat things like tortilla wraps,
Yeah, we had tortilla wraps.
bananas,
Yes.
peanut butter,
Yes.
apples,
I don't remember apples.
baby food,
Yes.
cereal,
Yes.
formula.
Yes.
And if you had cereal, you had milk.
I don't remember keeping milk in the car like that, but
Okay.
possibly.
So if you had baby cereal, Seamus would just eat it dry.
Yes.
And what was Seamus eating at that time? He was doing a mix of baby food and real food.
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes you'd feed him your food,
Yes.
little bits, right?
Yes.
And you'd have to make sure that he took it and put it in his mouth, right?
Yes.
Instead of dropping it on the car floor.
Yes.
And Declan had formula. Did he also
Baby food.
baby food?
Yes.
How about the cereal?
No.
So you would have to turn around and feed Declan in the back seat, or would you put him on your lap and feed him in the front seat?
I'd turn his car seat around so that he'd be facing that direction so I could feed him.
Okay. And diapers.
Yes.
So when Declan or Seamus would go to the bathroom in the car, they would be going
Yes.
to the bathroom in diapers, right?
Yes.
And Declan, his diapers didn't smell too much, right? Because he was still just a baby.
I don't remember.
Okay. But Seamus's diapers would smell, right?
Yes.
And so Seamus and Declan are both going to the bathroom in the car in their diapers,
Yes.
and you would change them where?
In the car.
And all the time?
If we were just living in our car, yes.
And then you would throw the diapers in the dumpster?
Yes.
And certainly in Colonial Village, you had a dumpster nearby.
Yes.
And then you would try to clean them up more than just the wipes when you change their diapers, right?
Yes.
And that would be in public restrooms.
I don't remember going to public restrooms.
Where would you clean them more than just wipes?
I don't remember.
But you remember that you would.
I remember cleaning them with wipes. I don't remember bringing them to any like restroom or stuff like that. I don't remember that.
Okay. So you talked about going to your mother's on the 29th of November. Is that the last time that they got a thorough cleaning?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, you wouldn't do that to your kids, right?
I wouldn't, but if I was stuck in the situation I was stuck in, then yeah.
Okay. You had your own hygiene to worry about in the car, right?
Yes.
And I think that you said on direct that you would ask Harmony to come with you, and sometimes she wouldn't.
Right?
Sometimes she would.
Yes.
And where would you go for your hygiene?
If we ended up going to a gas station that had a bathroom.
Okay. So one of the places that you used to clean yourself and Harmony up was public restroom in a gas station.
Yes.
Perhaps convenience store,
Yes.
perhaps Walmart.
I don't remember going to Walmart.
Okay. So sometimes she would come out of the car with you and go into the convenience store and you would clean her up, right?
Yes.
And she would not be under a blanket.
No.
Right. And sometimes she didn't go with you.
Right.
And if she had not gone to the bathroom for a long time, would you insist?
I would ask her.
Uh-huh. And she would say what?
She would say no, she doesn't have to use the bathroom.
Okay. And if she hadn't gone to the bathroom for all day, would you insist that she go to the bathroom with you?
Yes.
And when you insisted, did she go with you?
No.
Okay. Okay. Now, you talked about sometimes Harmony would go to the bathroom in the car.
Yes.
Was she wearing underwear during that whole time?
Yes.
Where did you clean her underwear?
We didn't clean her underwear.
Okay. So and I think that you said it was urinating and defecating in the car.
Yes.
And I'll call it pee and poop. Okay.
Yes.
And so you said that she did both.
Yes.
And then, so suppose she peed in the car. What would you do to clean it up?
We would change her clothes.
Okay. What else?
That's it.
Would you clean the car?
Wipe the seat. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so you have to keep in mind that there are studies, and then just, I hate to call it common sense, but a child that has been potentially abused will have accidents on themselves. Sometimes it's out of fear, and sometimes it's just uncontrollable. So those are one of, that's could possibly be one of the reasons.
Okay. And would you clean the underwear that she was wearing?
No, they'd get put in a bag.
Okay. So you had like maybe 7 or 8 or 9 pair of underwear for her to wear?
I don't remember.
Okay. And you said we would clean her up. That would be you and Adam?
Yes.
And when how many sets of clothes did she have?
I don't remember.
Probably just a couple, right?
Yeah.
Sustained.
Okay. Do you know if you had more than a couple?
I don't remember.
Okay. But if she urinated in her pants, you would have to not only change her underpants, but also her leggings, right?
Yes.
And do you know if you had a bunch of leggings as well as a bunch of underpants to replace them?
I don't remember.
Okay. And then when she pooped, you would clean her?
Yes.
You would wipe her with the baby wipes?
Yes.
And then would you take her to a public restroom to get her more clean?
No.
Overrules.
Pardon?
I don't remember.
Sorry.
No, I don't remember.
Okay. So, and you would sort of understand that she was going through a difficult time because of so many changes in her life?
Yes.
And so you would understand and tell her, Harmony, I know this is difficult, but you really have to tell us when you go to the bathroom,
Yes.
before you go to the bathroom, right?
Yes.
Because, and you try to encourage, come with me, we'll take care of it, we'll be in the bathroom, come with me, right?
Yes.
And did you ever buy pull-ups for her when it became more than a one-time thing?
I don't remember.
Okay. Something you might have thought of, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. And being cooped up in that car for so much time with the kids was a little bit difficult, right?
Yes.
And it was difficult for the kids too, right?
Yes.
So sometimes chaos would just erupt, right?
Yes.
Declan crying, Seamus crying, Harmony crying, right?
No.
Okay.
They never really cried that much.
Okay. But when they cried, it would sort of cascade, right?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. And it's like what's happening to one would go to the other, and it would just be chaos, right?
Yes.
And how would you sue them?
I don't remember.
Now, you said that Badero didn't want you staying at the Colonial Village parking lot, right?
Right.
He was actually afraid somebody might notice and he would
Yes.
get in trouble.
Yes.
But you also said that he came down daily or every other day or so to give you drugs.
Yes.
So he didn't want to come down and in public hand drugs over to a car that's squatting in a parking lot where it shouldn't be.
Right.
He came down to meet with Adam.
Yes.
And Adam occasionally would drive him places because Adam had his license.
Right.
And he would drive Badero's car and you would be there with the kids.
I don't remember that.
Okay. So he would have Adam driving him places?
I remember he did that when we were staying at the house. I don't remember him doing that when we lived in the car.
Okay. Well, Badero wasn't, did you have money while you were in the car?
Not really.
Okay. So you pretty much had to count your pennies when you bought more food and stuff like that.
Yes.
And you couldn't splurge in anything because it was pretty tight, right?
Yes.
But when Adam would meet up with Mr. Badero, he would be able to get some drugs.
Yes.
And Anthony Badero was not giving him drugs for free.
No.
Right? Adam was doing Anthony some favors.
I don't remember that.
Hold on. Approach.
Okay, so this is day 4, and I'm gonna drop a link for Crime Curious Jen's
Objection is sustained.
website.
Question rephrased.
So when Adam and Anthony got together, after a while, Adam would be able to come back with some drugs.
Not when we were living in the car.
Anthony Badero was not giving out drugs for free, right?
Overruled.
Right?
Sometimes he would, sometimes he wouldn't.
Okay. And actually, on the day that your car died, and you described going to the clinic and coming out and going to Burger King and then going back to the parking lot, Adam asked you to go up to Anthony Badero's to get some drugs, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. And he asked you to do it because Anthony might front you a bag because he never says no, right?
Approach.
So here we go again with the approach. They're going to do this a couple of times, guys. And pinned at the top is Crime Curious's channel. You guys, make sure you go sub up. She's doing nightly study sessions. She's an amazing human being, an author, just phenomenal.
And
that's her website as well.
He asked you to go to Badero's to get drugs that day because Badero would front you
Overruled. It's cross-examination. You may proceed.
a bag because he never says no to you, right?
That's not true.
Which part?
That he never says no to me.
Okay. But on that day, that's why Adam asked you to go up to Badero's to get some drugs.
I don't remember that day.
Okay.
Overruled.
I'm going to show you a copy of the transcript of the interview that you did with the police on the 23rd. And it's marked Defendant's Exhibit 2, D2 for ID.
D2. Okay, D2. Thank you.
Detective Jack Dunleavy was there,
Yes.
and Detective Max Rayhill,
Yes.
and a U.S. Marshal was there,
Yes.
and an Assistant Attorney General was there,
Yes.
and your attorney was there,
Yes.
and you were there.
Yes.
And that was June 23rd. I'm going to show you a copy of this transcript and point out some stuff so you'll know that's what I'm talking about, okay?
Mhm.
See the date
Yes.
and the people that were present.
Yes.
And so I'm going to point you to page, and like with anything that I give you, I'm going to point to an area that I'm interested in, but you can read before and after to sort of orient yourself, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to point you to page, to that area there and ask you to take a look.
Sorry, it's choppy, guys. I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't have any other sites open. It's got to be the weather. It is raining pretty gnarly outside. Hopefully it'll get better. Looks like it's trying to. I've took everything else off the Wi-Fi. I don't know. But you guys make sure that you check out this website. Jen does amazing work updating the website. I said she has boots on the ground for the trial, so much appreciate her being able to be there. I had every intention of being there for this trial, but due to Mr. Sunshine having a fatal car crash, excuse me, I used up all my pay time off at work.
Recollection about what you did that day?
I remember saying that, but I still don't remember that happen. I don't know. I don't remember that day. I don't remember that happening that specific day.
I'm going to unpack that a little bit, okay?
Mhm.
And I pointed you to something that you told the police officers and everybody else that was there on June 23rd, right?
Yes.
And on June 23rd, you were present to let them know, maybe to correct some stuff from June 3rd and talk more about what happened back in December of 2019.
Yes.
And they wanted you knew they wanted you to talk about your memory, right?
Yes.
They didn't want you to make something up, right?
Right.
And you had plenty of time to think about it, right?
Yes.
And to remember what happened, right?
Yes.
And some of the details that they were interested in, they sort of they talked about in June 3rd.
Yes.
And so are you saying that you didn't remember that day when you spoke to them on June 23rd? Or that you did remember it in June 23rd, but you've forgotten now?
I don't remember that specific thing
Uh-huh.
on that day, like me actually going to see Tone and asking for a bag of drugs. I don't remember that.
But it is something that you told the police that day, right?
Right.
And that you and Adam were in the car and you went up to Tones to get a bag of drugs. That's me. I knew that tone. But let me actually check because I don't know that I checked it when I walked in.
Okay, so you got to be kidding me. That was her phone ringing? I mean, I understand it happens, but you're the defense attorney. Turn your phone off, lady. You got to be kidding me. I'd heard that there was some cell phones and texts and whatnot going off in the courtroom, but the defense attorney?
You're not disagreeing that you did tell the police that, you just don't remember telling the police that.
Right.
And if you did tell the police that back in June of 2023, you would have been telling them, this is what I remember.
Right.
So you don't remember it today, but you told them that you went up to get
Approach. Oh, asked and answered. Overruled. Go ahead.
drugs from your friend Tone Badero.
I don't remember that specific thing happening that day because I've done it a lot of times.
Okay, but you're not disagreeing that you told them that that's what you did that day.
Right.
Okay. And Tone sometimes will give you drugs for free.
Right.
but that's not what he normally does.
Right.
Okay. And throughout the time that you were in the car, Adam would do things to find ways to get money to buy drugs from Mr. Badero.
Yes.
And one of the ways that he did that was to do things for Mr. Badero.
Not while we were living in the car.
Okay. Now, there were a lot of people that parked at the Colonial Village parking lot, right?
Yes.
And it might not have a whole lot of people during the day, but in the morning before work and in the afternoon after work, it was pretty full.
Yes.
And you did not want to be noticed in the parking lot.
Right.
Because somebody might tell on you and you'd have to leave.
Right.
And you wanted to be there close to Mr. Badero's apartment.
Yes.
But especially in the morning and in the afternoon when people were moving around more before work and coming home from work, you wanted the kids pretty quiet.
If they were quiet. I don't remember.
Well, you didn't want your children screaming in the car, right?
Right.
You wouldn't want that cascade of chaos where Declan might cry and then everybody starts crying.
That's not a normal thing that would happen.
And you wouldn't want it to happen, right?
Right.
You would want them, especially during that time period, to be pretty quiet so nobody notices.
I don't remember that.
Almost every morning, you went to the clinic in the morning.
Yes.
Maybe you missed one, but certainly not. It was a regular daily thing, right?
Right.
You would get up and you would leave the parking lot, go to the clinic, get your dosage, and then go off somewhere else.
Right.
Might go to Burger King,
Yes.
might go to a gas station,
Yes.
might go to some other place and use the facilities and restroom.
I don't remember that.
Okay, if you went to a gas station, you would use the facilities, right?
Right. But you never mind.
Okay. There were other places that you went besides a gas station and Burger King, right?
Right.
Okay. And if facilities were available to use, you would take the opportunity to take the kids out and clean them up.
Yes.
Okay. And if Harmony had messed her clothes, would you hand wash the clothes?
Overruled.
No.
Okay.
We'd change her clothes.
Okay. But if she peed in her pants, her clothes would still smell like urine.
Right.
And if she did it a lot, you had a limited amount of clothes, right?
Right.
And if she pooped her pants, you'd also have to remove the clothes and change them with something else.
Right.
And you didn't have 2 weeks worth of clothes for Harmony.
No.
As a matter of fact, you described what Harmony was wearing, and it was pretty much the same thing the whole time, right?
No.
The leggings that you remembered that she was wearing,
Right.
those were the leggings that she was wearing when she left the house.
No.
Okay. And I was talking about money that Adam would find ways to get some money. You were not working, right?
Right.
And you were not pulling in any money, right?
Right.
You were watching the kids.
We were staying in our car.
And you were watching the kids, right?
Yeah.
And you were not working.
No.
And you talked on direct when you were being questioned by the state, and you said that you had confessed to your crime of theft at Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Yes.
And you said that you had taken responsibility for that crime, right?
Yes.
Well, you actually got caught in that theft, right?
Yes.
And you were given an option of writing a confession and reaching a restitution agreement, or the police would be called.
Yes.
And so accepting responsibility was taking the lesser way out of the problem so that you wouldn't get a theft charge.
Right.
And you reached an agreement to get out of criminal charges.
Right.
Okay. You were held responsible for that charge, for that
Yes.
crime, right?
Yes.
Just in a different way. By the way, when you used drugs in the car, you wouldn't use them all. You would sort of spread out the usage as much as you could.
Yes.
And so you may not get that as good of a feeling as you would get if you had more money in a better situation, right?
No.
Okay. Doing the drugs sort of eased life's worries.
Not really.
Okay. Yeah, because life's worries still intruded even while you were using the drugs, right?
Yes.
And especially if the kids were fussy and everything, you couldn't just sit back and relax with the drugs. You still had to pay attention to the kids.
Right.
And if they were crying, you still had to soothe the kids.
Yes.
And if they needed changing or Seamus, Peter pooped in the car or Harmony, Peter pooped in the car, you couldn't just sit back and relax. You had to do something.
Yes.
Okay. We talked about those several statements that you gave to the police and the prosecutor from the Attorney General's office about the death of Harmony.
Yes.
And those stories changed a bit over time.
Yes.
And when you first told the story, you said that Harmony was peeing and pooping in the car and Adam punched her 10 to 15 times in the parking lot of the Colonial.
Yes.
And that it was like at 2 or 3 in the morning.
Yes.
And when the officer asked, you mean in the overnight hours? You said, yes, it was in the overnight hours that this happened.
Yes.
Because something did happen at 2 or 3 in the morning on the day that Harmony died.
Yes.
And that was that Adam got in the car and Harmony did not wake up.
No, that's not what happened.
Okay. What happened at 2 or 3 in the morning on that day?
Harmony had an accident and Adam kept punching her in the head.
Okay. At 2 or 3 in the morning.
Yeah, it was still like it was the middle of the night.
And so in the middle of the night at 2 or 3 in the morning, you're saying that Adam punched her 10 to 15 times.
Yes.
And Harmony was crying,
Yes.
screaming.
Yes.
Declan would start screaming.
I don't remember what Declan and Seamus were doing.
Well, that cascade effect that when one of them is crying and there's chaos in the car, all of them were crying, right?
Not really.
Okay. And then what did you do?
What did I do?
Yeah.
I tried telling him to stop, but he doesn't listen.
Okay. What did you do about the mess?
I didn't do anything about the mess.
Did you clean the car?
No.
Did you clean Harmony?
No.
Was it a pee or a poop?
I don't remember.
Smells are considerably different, right?
Right.
But,
The car already stunk.
It stunk from all the kids living in the car, eating in the car, peeing and pooping in the car, and food being left around the car, right?
Yes.
And body odor.
Yes.
And so if Harmony peed in her seat at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, are you saying that you left her sitting in a puddle of pee?
Yes.
And if she pooped at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, you're saying you left her sitting in her own defecation?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was scared of Adam.
Did he tell you don't clean her up?
No, but when I told him to stop, he gave me the crazy eyes that he has. And I just didn't want to do anything because I was scared of him.
Okay. And then things calmed down and everybody went to sleep?
No.
Everybody stayed up?
I don't remember if everybody stayed up, but I know I didn't go back to bed.
Okay. So you were up till 2 or 3 in the morning until you woke up, until it was time to go to the clinic.
Yes.
And I think the clinic was 7 or 8 in the morning?
7.
Okay. So you sat in the car and did nothing until 7 in the morning.
Right.
And you don't remember kids crying and screaming?
No.
I believe that you testified to on direct that Adam woke up and smelled pee or poop.
Yes.
Do you know which that was?
I'm sorry.
Urination or defecation, do you recall?
No.
Okay. And he got mad at her for peeing or pooping in the car.
Yes.
Was it a fresh pee or poop?
I don't know.
Okay. So you don't know if she peed or pooped in the car from 2 or 3 in the morning?
No.
Okay. And one of the things I think that you described Adam saying at one of the things was, why don't you let us know?
Yes.
Like he's surprised at Harmony that she's smelling in the morning. So you're saying he struck her in the morning before the clinic
The
because
look on her face.
I think that you said before to the police because she peed herself while still in the parking lot.
Yes.
That made him mad. You said?
Yes.
And so she peed before you went to the clinic, and she didn't have any injuries that you saw that morning, right?
No.
And you go to the clinic, right?
Yes.
And at the clinic, the two of you have to go in one at a time, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you have to go in one at a time is because somebody had tattled on you at some time earlier for leaving the kids in the car while the two of you went together.
Yes.
And so you were parked in the clinic right out front,
Yes.
and other people are also getting their dosage.
Yes.
And at least at some point, people were paying attention about, well, I'll take that back. So you're right out front of the clinic. I think you, looking at the paperwork, saw that you went in first,
Yes.
and then Adam went in.
Yes.
And did you take that time to clean the car?
No,
Why?
because I didn't.
Okay. I think you testified that when Adam got in the car, you said, "I'm hungry," and I'm sure the kids are hungry.
Yes.
And it was you that wanted to go to Burger King for food.
Yes.
And did you want to go to Burger King because you were hungry?
Yes.
Did you want to go to Burger King because you wanted to clean the car?
No,
Why not?
I didn't.
Okay. Just you were hungry and you thought maybe the kids were hungry too.
Yes.
Okay. And Adam drove to Burger King to get you food and food for the kids.
Yes.
And Adam was not interested in food, right?
Okay, so you have to keep in mind that the defense is going to ask a lot of questions that seem repetitive, and they seem like but what she's doing is she's circling back to the original testimony and almost like trying to catch Kayla, if that makes sense. Now, also keep in mind, as an addict, the last thing from her mind was probably cleaning the car. I'm sure they were hungry after going and getting their morning methadone dose, which will keep them from withdrawals. So you have that. Not condoning any of their behavior. I'm just saying that we have to keep in mind that the cleaning the car was probably the last thing from their minds. Getting high was the first thing on their minds. Not taking care of their kids. Not the fact that it's freezing in New Hampshire. You know. And again, not pro Kayla. I'm not making excuses for her. Just in my opinion and putting a little insight in.
That's not true.
Why not?
Because he was hungry too.
Okay. Do you remember telling the prosecutor that Adam, on March 16 of 2023, do you recall telling the prosecutor that Adam was not interested in food?
No.
All right, I'm going to take a different exhibit. Actually, I'm going to use a different copy.
And there was a document drop yesterday. So those that are not in my Discord, I'll grab the link and I'll drop the Discord link. But I do have a channel, I guess is what they're called in Discord, of all, not all, but a lot of the research and a lot of the information. Because many of you guys know that, especially if you're from my community, I've been on Harmony's case since the day that she was reported missing. I've communicated with a lot of locals, people that were directly associated with Harmony. And Doxy says, I'm wondering how cold Harmony was sitting in wet clothes and a wet seat all night. Right. It's sad. It's sad how this baby was treated. It's horrible. Horrible. You know, I buried my little girl. I would have took care of her. I would have gladly took care of her with her disabilities and everything. You know, I mean, she had people that loved her. Her adoptive mom loved her. Jameson loved her. Adam and Kayla did not love her the way that she should have been loved. And those of us that know this case knows that Kayla, she had cash assistance. I'm assuming, I know the food stamps for sure, but I'm assuming that she probably had cash assistance on the kids too, especially if she wasn't working and deemed homeless. Oh, thank you, Doxy. I've buried 2 of my kids. So these cases for the kids, they hit really deep and they hit really hard on me. So sometimes I do have to take breaks from doing cases and from YouTube in total. You guys can always find me on Twitter. I'm always active on Twitter, regardless if I've took a YouTube break or not. You can find me on Twitter, and I'm very active on there. I do have a Facebook. Nightbot just dropped, but the best way to get a hold of me is either through my email or through Twitter, because those are 2 things that I check on a regular basis, because I have families that reach out to me. I also have families that reach out to me on Facebook, especially for like missing flyers. But the best way to get in contact with me is either Twitter or my
I'm
email.
going to show you a copy of a transcript of the interview of March 16, 2023. And like before, I'm going to ask you to read a portion of it, and then I'm going to ask you a question, okay?
Okay.
So here it is. Not quite as pretty. I'm going to be asking you about this, but you could read before or after.
Okay.
My mom always said what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And, I searched for 30 years for who I was. And I found myself as being an advocate and being here for the missing and the murdered and those that go without justice. And I do interviews with families. I work a lot in the background. I've done boots on the ground. Like, this is my jam, and this is where I found my happy place. Hi, Thor. Welcome in. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate everybody being here with us on a Saturday afternoon and replay rewatch trial, because as I said earlier at the beginning of the live, I work 40 hours plus a week. So during the day, I don't get to watch the trials. I tried to run the first 3 days after work, and I just wasn't in a mental headspace after getting off work to be able to put 110% in like I want to be able to put in to her
So you,
case.
during that interview, told the police that Adam didn't care if he ate or not, right?
Right.
He wasn't there because he wanted to eat, right?
Right.
And if the prosecutor said in opening that he went to Burger King because he wanted to eat, and he did eat while driving away, that's not your recollection, right?
No.
Okay. And that's not something you ever told the police, right?
Right.
It's just plain wrong. And one of your claims is that on the way to Burger King, and I think that you said that he gets in the car at the clinic and smells
Urine.
and says, Harmony, why do you keep doing that? Why don't you tell us when you have to go?
Yes.
And he got angry outside the clinic,
Yes.
and he struck her in the head
Yes.
in front of the clinic,
In the car. Yes.
in the car, right?
Yes.
Where people are going in and out of the clinic.
Yes.
And where at one point somebody had noticed that you left your kids alone in the car and told on you, right?
Yes.
Okay. You said that he was also yelling at her.
Yes.
And you told the jury that she was making
I
weird
agree.
noises on the way to Burger King.
Yes.
Okay. And you said that there were 3 different events on the way to Burger King, 3 different times that he was maybe at a stoplight or something and would strike her again,
Yes.
and yelling at her
Yes.
and striking her 3 to 4 times each event.
Yes.
And Harmony's crying,
Yes.
and Declan's crying,
Yes.
and Seamus is crying.
No.
Yes, she does.
Why not?
Not just
She's
because somebody's
very
crying doesn't mean the
defensive.
other one cries.
Adam yelling in the car
Yeah.
not cause Seamus to cry.
No.
And Adam striking Seamus's sister right next to him didn't cause Seamus to cry.
No. He didn't.
And Harmony,
And I agree, Thor. By all means, she is a victim of DV, and I'm not making that light of that at all, because we've all heard Adam's got a temper. We'll hear further in the trial about Adam's temper, his violent tendencies, but there are resources out there, and they weren't together 24/7. So she had a way out. And I understand being codependent as well. Like, I completely understand a codependent relationship and a toxic relationship. But this was about children. Not only Harmony, but her children. Seeing Adam treat Harmony the way he did, in a mother's mind, you would be scared for your boys, you would think. Addict or not, you're still a mom. An addict that separates themselves from their children and doesn't see their children. But this was not an addict that separated herself from her children. This was an addict that was with her children and a violent man living in the car, actively going to the methadone clinic, actively using drugs. So there's that. Doxy says, yes, she is a victim of DV, but at some point you have to put your kids first. Facts. Absolute facts. Your kids come before anybody. And that goes for a single mom, single dad, couples. Your kids come before anybody. I mean, and I'm not like bashing Kayla by any means. And guys, this is my website. I haven't updated it in a while, but there's some really good resources on there and some good information. So definitely check that out if you have a chance as well. I'm going to go ahead and start this back up. And thank you all for being here. I appreciate everybody that's here today.
Crying in pain didn't cause Seamus to cry?
No.
Okay. Okay. You said the final time that Adam hit Harmony in the head, he said he felt something.
Yes.
That, and I think you claim that Adam said, I think I heard it this time. I did something.
Yes.
And was that in a scared voice?
Yes.
Okay. So Adam thought perhaps he went overboard?
Yes.
And this was pulling into the parking lot at Burger King?
Yes.
And so being scared, he drives up to the drive-in window.
Yes.
He orders the food that you want.
Yes.
He pays cash.
I don't remember.
Okay. When you spoke to police back in June of 2022, you recalled that he paid in cash.
Objection, Your Honor.
This
Yes, Doxy, I'm glad to hear that you got out of that toxic relationship. That's horrible. And as many of you guys know, I'm very transparent. I've told my story. You know, I was married to a man that spent 25 years in prison that was extremely violent. Got reconstructive plastic surgery on my nose from where it was crushed. He was a professional kickboxer, and I'm missing a whole part of my ribs. So I have nothing but respect for domestic violence victims, but there's a way out. You know, my husband went to jail for running a stop sign. California stopping a stop sign is what we call it back home. When he went to jail, I left New Mexico. I was gone out of there. I went back home to Kentucky because that was my way out. So, I mean, you always have a way out. It's just getting in that mental state to be able to get your way out, to take your way out. When that opportunity comes up, you leave. You leave. You take your children or child and you get the hell out of Dodge. Thank you, Thor. Thank you, Doxy. I appreciate you guys. See, she says, so am I, Thor.
This is a good time
Take
for a
up
break. I'm gonna ask the witness
7
to
times
stay
to
there. We'll
leave.
take 15 minutes, and then we will resume the testimony.
I did
All
20
rise for the
weeks in a
jurors,
woman's
please.
refuge. See?
Same reminders, ladies and gentlemen. Don't talk about the testimony, please.
And even in my hometown, there's resources. We have a women's shelter that's just women, and they take in domestic violence victims. And we're going to script through the break because we're not going to sit through their break.
interviewers, police or whoever.
Sorry, guys.
Get online in minutes.
Oh,
Website.
ads. Sorry about the ads, but you know what? I kind of feel like I have over 200,000 views on my channel. I shouldn't have to pay for premium. So that's just my opinion. I'm going to try to get this back to a good spot. Here we go. Once it stops buffering, we should be good. and I'll just kind of chit chat while we're waiting. See, Thor says,
We're going to bring the witness now.
the ones doxy end up ER ICU. Okay, yeah, absolutely, or worse. Or we're running missing cases on women that are found unalived,
Everyone's ready. We'll bring in the jurors. Please rise for the jurors, please.
right, or deceased. Absolutely. Thank you, Thor. You're awesome. Thank you for being here, hon. I appreciate it. I always appreciate when you pop in. Okay, we're gonna let her get her stuff back together here, and I'm just gonna kind of, and I've been popping in and off of camera, guys. I appreciate you being patient because my signal, as many of you guys know, I'm in the swamps of Florida. I live outside of Orlando, so my signal kind of wants to act choppy whenever it's
Please be seated.
raining outside. At least it's not a hurricane this time. So there's that.
Right before we took the break, I asked you if you told the interviewers, police or whoever, in June that you thought you paid cash.
Yes.
And you didn't remember, right?
No.
If I showed you a copy of your transcript,
Thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
again, to read what you need to.
I really, really
This
do.
will be what I'm asking you about.
And she's handing her the transcripts and these interviews and whatnot to try to jog Kayla's memory. But I, honestly, in my opinion, Kayla has what's called selective memory.
June 23rd of 2022, that you thought you paid cash.
Yes.
And that would make sense because Adam was doing little things to try and collect cash, right?
Yes.
And you certainly had no money in the bank on your card,
No.
right?
Right.
So after this panic that you say that Adam feels, goes up to the drive-through, right?
Yes.
And the jury was at the Burger King, and you sort of make a roundabout way into the drive-through, right?
Yes.
And it's wide open there, right?
Yes.
And people are coming in and out of Burger King, right?
Yes.
And you stop at one place to make the order,
Yes.
and you ordered croissants and hash browns,
Yes.
and this was for you and the kids.
Yes.
And then you pull around, turn, and go to where you actually have communication with a live person.
Yes.
And the first thing that you do before you get your food or anything like that is turn over, but Adam is doing it because he's in the driver's seat, right?
Right.
Turning over the cash.
Yes.
Might have been card, but probably not, right?
Right.
You know, do you have a specific recollection now of whether it was cash?
No.
Okay. So assuming cash, but card would be the same. You turn it over to the clerk, right?
Yes.
And then the clerk does what the clerk does with money,
Yes.
and then opens the window again and maybe counts out the change.
Yes.
And Adam would be there with his hand out and change being counted out into his hand, right?
Yes.
And then maybe that change is handed to you so that he can then reach in again for the food.
Yes.
And when the food comes in, he probably takes the bag and gives it to you.
Yes.
And you said that just before that, the Adam was scared because he had been striking Harmony and something different happened.
Yes.
And while he's striking Harmony, the children are screaming.
Yes.
Going in through the Burger King parking lot,
Yes.
going through the Burger King order spot,
Yes.
and going through the Burger King drive-through.
Yes.
And you did not do anything, as you said, with Harmony, right?
Right. Right.
She was just laying there in the back.
Yes.
And right there as he drives up to the clerk at the Burger King parking lot.
Yes.
Okay. And you said Harmony is moaning in the back seat?
Yes.
And I don't think you said it, but you were, was it a moan that you understood to be a dying child?
No.
Okay. What was the moan?
I don't know. She was making a noise.
Okay. And you didn't check on her, right?
No.
Didn't throw a cover on her?
No.
Didn't have to turn around and soothe the boys in the back seat to make them quiet?
No. They weren't always crying just because one other kid was crying. They weren't always crying.
But violence, chaos, yelling, and screaming would make them cry.
They weren't really, they never really cried that much.
Okay.
Especially
Okay.
not if they were desensitized to it.
Did you ask to run in and maybe get some extra napkins to clean up the urine on the seat?
No.
With that smell lingering so bad, did you think maybe to ask if Harmony could go in and clean up?
No.
Did you do anything to deal with the smell of urine?
No, because Adam said she could just lay in it.
Okay. All right. And he was upset with the smell?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I think actually, you say that the kids may not have been crying. I think that, did you tell the police that you thought the kids were sleeping?
Yeah, they didn't really make any noise.
Okay. Kayla, that assault never happened, did it?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Well, you describe physically trying to stop him. Adam?
Yes.
You describe verbally trying to stop him.
Yes.
Nobody wants a person to strike and hurt a child,
Right.
especially a 5-year-old child under your care.
Right.
And you cannot allow that to happen. You can't sit by and allow that to happen, right?
Right.
Okay. But you said that you stopped trying to do anything because he looked at you with a face of pure evil.
Yes.
So you just got scared and shut up, right?
Yes.
Because his face was pure evil. Right?
Yes.
And pure evil, a person with pure evil is not someone you want to protect.
No.
And a person who is pure evil is not someone that you love.
Well, that's hard to say.
Okay. A person of pure evil is not someone you want raising your children.
Right.
Okay. And you would do anything to get your kids away from pure evil.
Yes.
And even though Harmony was your child, you felt the same about her.
Yes.
She was pretty much your child.
Yes, I helped take care of her.
Okay. And when you and Adam split up years later, or March of 2021, you wanted him back.
We were both trying to fix our family and get back.
You wanted him back with the family and raising the children.
Right.
And when you were sitting in your cell thinking about this and reliving it, and you wrote that note about your thoughts about what you wanted, you indicated that the children needed Adam as well as you, right?
Right.
And that's not the face of pure evil. Right?
No.
Okay. So
Facts. Everybody.
you said to the jury Friday, I believe, that you fed the children at the Burger King parking lot?
Yes.
Okay.
We were leaving the
DCYF, law enforcement, every adult that came in contact with this baby failed her other than her foster family and the few people that were in her life that actually cared. Completely failed this child. We would not be sitting here today if someone had saw something and said something.
parking lot.
As you were leaving the parking lot, you were feeding them?
Yeah, I handed them food.
Okay. Who'd you hand food?
I handed Seamus some food.
Uh-huh.
I handed Declan some food.
Uh-huh.
And I reached behind my seat and was giving Harmony the food, but I just put it down, thinking that she was going to be grabbing it.
Okay. So do you remember telling the police that you fed the children at the Colonial parking lot?
No.
Okay. Did you feed the children at the Colonial parking lot?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, your car died at the intersection late morning-ish. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And you were at the clinic at 7-ish?
Yes.
Okay. So you were in the Colonial parking lot for a while, right?
Yes.
All right. And you don't recall talking to the police about feeding your children in the backseat at the Colonial?
No.
All right. First of all, before I ask some more questions, set up the situation. Declan is in the car seat by the behind the driver?
No.
You've got Seamus there now.
Yes.
And so you're having Declan in the middle seat.
Yes.
And Harmony is on the
Behind.
passenger side behind you.
Yes.
And Declan is under a year.
Yes.
And you got croissants. What were you feeding Declan?
Pieces of food.
Okay. So you would break off a little piece of hash brown?
Yeah, something. I don't remember what I was feeding him.
And would you hand it to him and make sure he grabbed it?
No,
You just sort of put it back there?
I put it in his mouth.
So you would turn around from the driver's side and put.
Due to family reunification, which in most cases that we see with these addicts, not a good idea. Oakley Carlson's another one out of Washington. I've covered a lot on her case as well. She had monsters for parents. Reunification. She was put back with her parents and hasn't been seen. The judge that let Adam have Harmony back retired. He's no longer a judge.
Little pieces of food in Declan's mouth?
No.
What?
I reached my arm back and put it in his mouth because he's in the middle.
Okay. And Seamus. Okay, so would you turn to reach your arm back and look and make sure you're getting it in his mouth?
I could feel it.
So you reach back with your arm and you feel around for his mouth and put it in?
Yes.
Okay. And then Seamus, you also have to give him small pieces of food, right?
Right.
And with Seamus, you break off a small thing and you give him and make sure he takes it in his hand, right?
Right.
And so you turn around and reach over to Seamus and hand him his piece of food.
I didn't turn around
Okay. Why not?
because I could see him. I just handed it to him like that. He was sitting in the car seat.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Do you remember describing to the police? Oh, and also you said that you took some and you handed it back to Harmony?
I gave a sandwich to her. Yes.
You gave a croissant to her?
Yes.
So you bought the croissant for Harmony or for you?
There was 3 of them.
Okay.
There was one for her, and then there was one for Adam and one for me. And the one that I had, I broke apart and gave to the kids.
Okay. And so what'd you do? Put the whole sandwich back there for Harmony?
Yes.
Did you check and see if she was eating it?
No.
Why not?
Because I didn't.
Okay. Okay. And Harmony's position while you're doing that, I think she's leaning against her brother.
There is a 101-page DCYF report that shows how she was failed. There were documentation that were lies. There were, we did see the DCYF. He's no longer working with them, but he testified that he just couldn't get a hold of them. You know, and I understand that most of them are overworked and underpaid. But this is where the state fails these children. That's just one form of failing these children. Is why do we have a DCYF? Why do we have a DHS? Whatever you call it in your state, if they're not going to do their job and protect the children. Like, I don't understand that. I can't wrap my mind around the fact that these children were living in the car with active drug addicts and nobody did anything.
Beside her,
Yes.
and then sometimes she's leaning up against the door, I think.
Yes.
And you don't check on her.
No.
Don't check and see if she's eating.
No.
But you make sure that you've put the food in Declan's mouth.
Yeah, because they're younger.
So you weren't concerned about Harmony at that point.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay. You feed them directly because they were younger. You don't feed Harmony directly because, or make sure that she's eating. Why?
Because she can open the package and eat it.
Did you hear her open the package?
No, I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. And so after that, you went up to Bodero's to get some drugs.
We went to Colonial Village.
Sustained.
Okay. So when you went to Bodero's to get some drugs,
Overruled. Council approach.
It's heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking. This case just, it infuriates me. It makes me so angry. So angry. Where the hell are the police? You can't tell me that in a town this size, these police knew Adam. They had to have known the car. I'm from Paducah, Kentucky. We had a blue Firebird many, many years ago. And my ex-husband had a warrant for his arrest. You know how they found us? Our car. Knocked on the door and arrested his ass.
So after you ate, you got some drugs.
I don't remember doing that.
Council
remember
approach,
having-
council approach?
And we're going to see a lot of the council approach during Kayla's testimony. We saw that during the prosecution, and we're going to see it a lot during the cross. So I'll pop in between to kind of fill the air. So she feel this. Doxy says, I feel the same way. There was plenty of cops around. Exactly. Where the hell were the police? Where the hell were the police? You cannot tell me that they did not notice. Knowing Adam. Knowing this vehicle.
Rephrase the question.
And that's not even talking about
And
how
after
long
you
this
ate,
vehicle sat in
you
impound.
and Adam
Get into
did
that
some
in a
drugs.
minute.
Yes.
And you did not ask Badero to call 911?
No.
You did not ask your friend Badero to come out to the car to maybe help you while you checked on Harmony?
No.
You did not ask to take Harmony up to Badero's apartment to maybe clean her up and make sure she was okay?
No.
Okay. And fair to say today you don't know where you got those drugs from?
We were always at Colonial Village where he lived, and he's the one that we got drugs off of.
Okay. And but you do recall actually feeding all three children in the back seat, right?
Yes.
And you recall that you were feeding them, and do you recall that you said that you were feeding them with one hand because your other hand was in the bag for your food?
No.
Okay.
So she's picking through these statements with a fine-tooth comb is what's happening.
So let's talk about why you left the Colonial at that point where eventually the car broke down. Okay. Did you have concerns about Harmony in the car at the time that you left?
No.
Did you look at Harmony at all in the car before you left?
No.
And you said that Adam, struck her God knows how many times,
Yes.
and that she had been crying, and that Adam actually got scared that he had hurt her.
Yes.
And you never checked.
No.
And you described on direct when you were talking to the state that whenever you all were out in public, Harmony would be covered up so no one would see.
Right.
That wasn't quite true, right?
Not in the beginning.
Okay. And not at Burger King.
Yes, she was under the blanket in Burger King.
Okay. Do you recall saying that she had a blanket on her lap
No.
when you were feeding her?
I just knew the blanket was there.
And that you put little pieces of food on her blanket that was on her lap to feed her?
No. I don't remember putting pieces of food on her lap.
Sort of toss back a sandwich?
Yeah.
Okay. And you had no concerns about Harmony?
No.
You said that she was moaning before she was at Burger King?
Yeah.
And you said that she was moaning after Burger King.
Yes.
And that moaning had you concerned,
Yes.
but you didn't check?
No.
And I think you just said because you weren't concerned.
No, I am concerned. I was concerned.
Okay. And you didn't check on her.
No.
And Adam, you described as being scared that he would hurt her, had hurt her.
Yes.
And where did you go from? Where were you going from the village?
I don't remember where we were going. I don't remember if we were going to figure out how to get money to get more drugs. I don't remember what we were doing. I don't
Okay.
remember why we left.
Okay. So that if this were true, then Adam would be driving around with a critically injured child in the back seat in public.
Right.
And it would have been a pretty important place to have to go for him to take that sort of risk of driving around with a critically injured child in the back seat.
He didn't care.
Okay. And you did or did not?
I felt like I had no say.
Okay.
Anytime I said something, I'd get yelled at.
Okay. And then you say that at the intersection, By the way, what drugs did you do that day?
I remember doing heroin or fentanyl.
Okay. Not crack.
I don't remember if we did that or not.
Okay. So when you said on direct that it was heroin and crack, that's not what you recall.
I don't remember doing both or not.
But you do recall heroin and fentanyl.
Yes.
Okay. And
She seems so unorganized to me. It just aggravates me to death.
so we discussed timing with the Colonial at 7 and then the breakdown late morning, right?
Yes.
So you were at the Colonial for a few hours.
We were at the clinic at 7.
And then Burger King and then the Colonial.
Yes.
And so you were at the Colonial parking lot for a few hours or a couple of hours before you left for wherever it was you were going.
I don't think we were there that long.
Do you recall the tow truck driver, do you recall going back to the intersection and the tow truck driver was there?
You're talking about after the car broke down?
Uh-huh.
Yes, I remember when we got brought back.
Okay. And that was like after 12:30 or so, right?
Yeah, something like that.
And how long did it take you to walk to Mr. Vadero's from the car?
I don't know. It felt like a long walk. I don't remember how long.
Okay. Okay.
I agree.
Uh,
It's part of her agreement is to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Because she took a plea deal to reduce her time. And I know that in this cross,
so
there's
let's see.
discrepancies between what she said when the prosecution was questioning her and what you
In
hear in
that time
cross.
that you were in the Colonial parking area on the 6th prior to the car breaking down, Harmony was in the car, but she was dead, right?
Is this?
She's extremely irritating because she just asks the same questions repetitively. And like I said, I understand why she's doing that. She's doing it so she can catch Kayla up. She's doing it so she can catch her, which will violate
Sorry.
her plea
Harmony
deal.
was on the 7th, between your 7 o'clock session at the clinic, dosage at the clinic, to Burger King, to the parking lot, to using drugs, to late morning driving away.
Yes.
Harmony was dead in the car, right?
Not throughout that whole time.
Pardon?
Not throughout the whole time.
She was actually in the trunk of the car, right?
What?
Were you and Adam planning or trying to figure out what you could do with Harmony because she had died?
No, that didn't happen yet.
Okay. Okay. So
Didn't even make any sense.
somewhere important you had to go with Harmony in the car and you break down at the intersection, right? The car
I didn't
does.
have anywhere important to go.
Okay. So at the intersection, there's Webster and Elm Street, right?
Yes.
Elm Street is a big road, 4-lane.
Yes.
4-lane in the sense that it has turning lanes, right?
Yes.
And Webster is smaller, 2-lane.
You're good.
Well, it was still 2 lanes where we were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it changes. And so you were on Webster getting ready to get onto Elm Street.
I don't remember which way we were going. But I knew we were at the light. First car at the light.
So you don't know if you were in the 4-lane part or the 2-lane of Elm Street or the 2-lane part of Webster?
We were right on Webster at the light.
Okay. And the light turns green and the car doesn't go.
Right.
And there are cars around you
Yes.
honking,
Yes.
looking at you.
No, they were just figuring out why the car was there. We had to keep telling them to drive around.
Okay. So you and Adam are sort of waving them around,
Yes.
or you're waving them around.
I was waving them around to go around the car.
Okay. And Adam, I think you said got the duffel bag out of the trunk
Yes.
because the duffel bag was in the trunk, right?
Yes.
Harmony's body was in that duffel bag.
Oh, this duffel bag.
Ooh. You tell Adam, well, I think Adam asked you what to do, right?
Yes.
This is a pretty bad situation, right?
Right.
With Harmony in the car like she was.
Yes.
And Adam asked you what to do.
Right.
And you tell him that you should.
Yes.
That duffel bag eats at me. It eats at me. There is body cam footage, and I'm going to have to dig for it and find it. But there's body cam footage of Kayla with a duffel bag. And back in the day, when I was still a part of a group chat, that I don't deal with any of those creators anymore, I said something about the duffel bag and how that duffel bag ate at me. And I was told, no, you're just being paranoid. There's no way that they carried her around in a bag. We hear it in trial. So there's that. No, I was not there. I was not a part of it, but I've done a shit ton of research on this case.
So you tell Adam that
Sustained. We'll approach if you want to approach.
Here we go. Approach again. Objection sustained. Approach. Kayla's the state's star witness, if you will. And, there's things that they're not able to say at this trial that just irritates the life out of me. Like the fact that the jury doesn't know that Adam's in jail. That's very sad, Thor. Very, very sad. This whole situation just is sad. It really is. The jury's only getting half of the story, and they're not even allowed to know that this man's incarcerated. One time, 2 times, whenever he was
And at that
doing jury
intersection,
selection, he was in street clothes,
you all
suit,
pack up and
whatever.
go to Badero's, right?
Right.
And that was your idea.
But here she is in this bright
wasn't?
orange, red
I'm going to refer you to, I'm
Joe hoodie,
going to approach first, Your Honor.
and we're going to approach again. Probably going to speed this up a little bit because, like I said, this is just a lot of the same information, and all she's trying to do is catch Kayla slipping. And I don't want to run past it, but I am going to speed it up so we can kind of get to the next witness, because we've all heard Kayla's testimony. Am I muted?
I'm going to show you a copy. The transcript of the third interview. I'm going to move this foot a bit because it might be hidden from you. And ask you again to review a portion of it, and I'm going to ask you a question, and that is the area. Okay. And you told Adam that you should go to Badero's.
I asked him if we should.
Okay, so it was your idea. Right?
Yeah.
And you gathered, Adam grabbed a duffel bag from the trunk.
Yes.
You got your purse and stuff from the trunk.
No, my purse was not in the trunk.
Okay, so you got your purse and you got some stuff in the trunk. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You got some diapers for the kids,
Yes.
and you couldn't take too much with you because you were working with all the kids to Mr. Badero's.
Right.
And you can't wait around for any kind of help because you have to get Harmony's body away from that car as soon as you can.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about discovering that Harmony was dead. I think on direct, you said that Adam opened the door and said something like, baby girl, wake up, or wake up, baby girl.
Yes.
And she wasn't moving.
Right.
And that's when he popped open the trunk, you said.
The trunk wouldn't open.
It did eventually, though, right?
We moved the car seat out of the car so that he could move the seat to get into the trunk.
Okay. And Adam checked her breathing.
He was just trying to wake her and she wouldn't wake up.
Okay. Do you remember Adam saying that Adam put his hand over her heart?
No.
And so that didn't happen? You don't have a recollection of Adam putting his hand over her heart?
No, I don't.
Okay. But you did tell the police that in June of 23rd that he put his hand over her heart to check her.
He was checking her, but she wasn't waking up.
Okay. So he did put his hand over her heart to check her.
He tried waking her up. I don't remember the hand on the heart.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police on June of 2023 that he checked her breathing and like put his hand on her heart?
No.
Okay, I'm going to show you. Copy that same transcript, okay? And ask you to review that paragraph there, okay?
I still don't remember that, but I can see that I said that, but I don't remember it happening.
Okay. But what you told the police back in June of 2023, you were telling them as if it was a memory, right?
Right.
So either it wasn't a memory or that memory is gone.
I don't remember.
And you also checked Harmony, and she wasn't breathing.
Right.
You checked her neck and you checked her wrists.
Yeah.
And you were looking for a pulse.
Yeah.
Must have been panicking.
Yeah.
Did you do that before or after you were waving cars around?
After.
Okay. So after you have checked Harmony, you're saying that you went to the back of the car and you're sort of moving, waving cars around to get them around your car.
Yeah.
Okay. And how long did you do that?
Until we got the stuff out of the car that we needed to get out.
Okay. So are you doing that while Adam is getting stuff out of the car?
No, we're both on each side of the car doing the same thing, trying to get stuff out.
Which side of the car were you on?
I don't remember.
Okay. And you claim that as these cars are going around and beeping and everything, that Adam put Harmony into a duffel bag.
Yes.
And the four of you walked to Colonial Village.
Right.
Now, on direct, you said that you never saw Harmony bleed.
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay. Did you ever see blood on her?
Not that I remember.
Okay. And you told the police that while Adam was throwing stuff in the back and cleaning the car, that well, you told the police that Adam was putting stuff in the bag and cleaning the car, right?
After
After what?
after we got to Anthony's and he brought us back to the car to get stuff out
Uh-huh.
and he cleaned it.
Okay. And you said that he cleaned the back seat because he had blood on his hands from hitting Harmony.
I don't remember.
Yes. You were asked what Adam was cleaning, and you said that the back seat because he had blood on his hands from hitting Harmony, right?
I don't remember that day of him doing that. I just remember cleaning the car after.
Okay. I'm going to ask you the questions, and then we'll do some more. You said that Harmony had a bloody nose, and he had blood on his hands from hitting her, and he was wiping the seat with a napkin, right?
Overruled. I don't remember it that day that she passed away that was happening.
Okay. And you were asked if Badero said anything about Adam's bloody hand, right?
Not that day.
Okay, I'll go through. And you said no, he had already cleaned up his hands because that event, the bloody nose thing, happened days before, right?
Right.
And you were asked more about whether Harmony had blood on her on her that day.
Right.
And you said you saw dried blood on her face, right?
Right.
And you said that that was the day the car broke down that you saw dried blood on her face.
Right.
Okay. So I'm going to go through the transcript and ask about some of those other things that you didn't remember and see if it refreshes your recollection.
Approach.
Right. Probably is advice from her lawyers.
I'm going to show you the again, it's that transcript from June 23rd. And ask you to review portions of that transcript. And I'm going to show you 229 down to all of 229 and 230. That help refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
And so you did tell the police that Harmony had a bloody nose and had blood on it. He had blood on his hands and was wiping the seat with a napkin.
Yeah, but that happened days before. Happened before she died.
But the wiping was on the when the tow truck driver was there.
Yeah, when we went back to the car,
Okay.
I remember cleaning.
And it was for the blood that was on the car.
I don't remember what it was for. Adam just wanted to clean it.
Okay. But you recalled that you did see blood, you said, on Harmony's face,
Yeah.
right? And it was that day, right?
Yes.
And where you saw Adam cleaning was around the area that Harmony was sitting, right?
Right.
And you said that Adam had blood on his face that day. I mean, on his fist that day,
Yeah, on his hands.
and that Harmony had blood on her face.
Dried blood, yeah.
Right. But not from days before. Are you saying she had dry blood from days before?
Yeah, she had dry blood on her face.
From days before?
Yeah.
And you never cleaned her face for days?
No, he just kept her under the blanket.
Okay. Now you said yesterday, Friday, that you and Adam had talked about what to do together. Is that right? You remember that?
Yes.
And that you sort of came together with the plan to say that Adam had taken Harmony to her mother's.
That's what Adam told me to say, yes.
Okay. I am going to switch over now to when you go to fifth, okay?
Which time?
With Adam, Declan, and Seamus.
Okay.
And the body of Harmony.
Okay.
And so Adam no longer had a car after December 7th, right?
Right.
And he no longer had the freedom to drive wherever he wanted to, right?
Right.
And when he drove, there would be somebody else in the car, right? He would be driving someone else's car, right? And sometimes he drove Badero's car.
That was way before.
Okay. And you still didn't have any money, right?
Right.
And from 2 days in Badero's car, you go to your mother's.
Right.
And I think you actually go to an aunt's or something, and from there, your mother comes over and gets you off.
Yes.
And you could only stay for a very limited time.
Yes.
She might get in trouble with her landlord.
Yes.
And so you were trying to get into the shelter.
Yes.
And you worked and applied and everything like that for the shelter.
Yes.
Would you walk over there to do that?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So you, Adam, and the kids would walk over to the shelter to apply for shelter there.
We walked to city welfare.
And would you, Adam, and the kids be in the office all together making the application?
When we filled out the application, yes.
Okay.
And then I saw the case manager. I don't remember if we were together or if it was just me.
Okay. Now, when you you told the jury that it fit, you had taken the duffel bag from the ceiling.
Yes.
Okay. So the trigger warning's on screen. This is where we're fixing to get into the fit shelter, which is families in transition. So, trigger warning, definitely. And again, thank you guys for being here. Thank you for everybody on replay crew. I appreciate it. As many of y'all know that I hold Harmony close to my heart, and this is one of my cases that I hold very close to my heart.
Didn't realize I'd said it. Adam took the duffel bag down from the ceiling, right?
Yes.
And Adam was the one that put the duffel bag in the ceiling in the first place, right?
Yes.
And you said that he took the duffel bag down from the ceiling and had it in the shower for hours.
Had it in the bathroom. Yes.
Oh, was there a shower there?
Yes.
And did he have it in the shower for hours?
I don't remember.
Okay. And from the bathroom, where did it go?
To the closet.
In what?
Trash bag.
Okay. And then what?
CMC bag.
Okay. So it went from the bathroom into a trash bag, one of those big black things.
Yes.
And from there, it goes into the closet. For how long?
I don't know, a day or two.
Okay. And there, the trash bag and Harmony's body goes in the CMC bag.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you identified exhibit 85 as pretty much a duplicate of the bag that you got from CMC, right?
Yes.
And this is a bag that's given when you give birth at CMC, right?
Yes.
And it's for diapers and carrying things around for your children, right?
Yes. Diaper bag.
Pardon?
Diaper bag.
Okay. And from the CMC bag with the trash bag and Harmony's body,
Yes.
where's it go?
To Portland Pie.
Okay. And then where?
To Union Street.
How?
In a tote.
Okay. From where to where did it go to Union Street? Where did it get in the tote?
From the shelter.
So how did the CMC bag get back to the shelter?
It came back from Adam's work. To
Okay.
the shelter.
Who brought it back?
Adam.
Okay. Who brought it to Portland Pie?
I did.
Okay. So are you saying that it's in the CMC? There's a body in a trash bag in the CMC bag in the tote
Not in the tote at the time.
when you go to Union?
When we go to Union, yes.
Okay. And so you told okay. So you take the tote, you take the CMC bag, but not the tote to Portland Pie. Not the plastic, right?
I'm confused.
So am I. I'll back up. Sorry. To reorient ourselves, at some point, you say that Adam takes the body down from the ceiling tiles.
Yes.
And it's because there's a smell.
Yes.
And it's because other people in FIT are concerned about the smell.
Yes.
And you all are concerned that somebody might be checking the place to find out about the smell
Yes.
because you've heard the complaints
Yes.
and you're scared.
Yes.
And I think you said Adam takes Harmony's body down into the bathroom
Yes.
and takes her body out of the duffel bag
Yes.
and puts her body in a trash bag
Yes.
and puts the trash bag in the closet.
I agree, Crime Curious. I agree, Jen. She says, this part confused me. The tote is new. Exactly. I never heard about a tote. Never heard about a tote. Don't remember reading anything about a tote. I may have missed it, but I don't remember hearing anything about a tote. Where did the tote come from? It's possible she was in a tote. Where the hell did the tote come from? This tote just popped up out of nowhere.
In the CMC bag in the closet.
Okay. So from the bathroom, is her body put in the CMC bag?
In the trash bag. The trash bag's in the CMC bag.
And that all happens in the bathroom.
Yes.
And then you said, I believe on direct, that Adam tells you to take the CMC bag to Portland Pie.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
He had asked me to bring her body in the CMC bag to his work at Portland Pie.
When?
While we were at the shelter.
Was it right after you say that he put the body in the CMC bag?
Yes.
So like the next day?
I don't remember if it was the next day or a couple of days.
Okay. And where was he when he did this? Was he in the shelter with you saying, bring this body to me?
Yes.
So he's in the shelter with you and at some point goes to work
Yes.
and has told you to bring the CMC bag to work.
Yes.
Why didn't he just take the CMC bag?
I don't know.
Okay. So you have 2 kids and a stroller, right? And so tell me about those arrangements, getting the seat, and you take the seat, all of that to Portland Pie.
Yes.
Tell me about how you did that.
It was a double stroller. So I had one kid in the front and there's a basket underneath, and I put the CMC bag in the basket, and then the other kid was on the other side, on the other seat.
Okay. So you take the CMC bag out of the closet and put it on the stroller?
Yes.
And is that inside fit or outside fit that you loaded on the stroller?
Inside.
And then you get your kids arranged
Yes.
as well inside.
Yes.
And then you walk down the street, and I think you said it took about 15 minutes or so.
Yes.
And you are walking with your children and the body of Harmony in a CMC bag to Portland Pie.
Yes.
And why? Why was it going there? Did you know?
He asked me to do it.
Okay. You didn't say anything, ask him why or anything?
He said he was doing it so that the smell wouldn't be at the shelter.
Okay. Did you tell him he should take it with him?
No, he called me when he was at work and told me to bring it.
Okay. So he didn't tell you to do that while he was at FIT.
He
You
was
said,
thinking about it, but I didn't think he was really going to do that.
okay. So he mentioned it at FIT, but then calls you from Portland Pie and says, come on down.
Yes.
Okay. And then you have a place at Union Street, right?
Yes.
And somehow the body has returned to FIT
Yes.
before you moved to Union Street.
Yes.
And you don't know how.
Adam brought it back.
Did you see him bring it back?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember if it came back. Yeah, because we had to bring it to the apartment.
Okay. And you brought it? The CMC bag in a plastic storage container, right?
Yes.
And you went to the Union Avenue apartment, and again, you have a stroller with your 2 sons,
Yes.
and now it is a plastic container that is on the stroller.
Yes.
Okay. And it wasn't a plastic container on the stroller when you went to Portland Pie?
No.
Okay. And when you got to Portland Pie, you and Adam put the body in the refrigerator?
It was his job,
Okay.
so he did.
That was his job. It was
His
to
job
handle.
was at Portland Pie.
Okay.
So he took the CMC bag inside and he said he put it in the freezer.
I'm sorry, I meant to be asking about Union Street, and I know that I misstate sometimes. So at Union Street, you're on a 2nd floor,
Yes.
and you sign the lease and everything like that, and Adam brings the body upstairs,
Yes.
and the CMC bag is put in the refrigerator.
It's in the tote.
Okay.
When we were walking to the Union Street, the bag was in the tote. He brought the tote upstairs and put it in the closet.
Okay. And from the closet, it went to the refrigerator?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so
Earlier,
much, Jen, for being
Before I was
there. I can only imagine.
specifically going over your activities at FIT and Union and Portland Pie, I had talked to you about a conversation that you had with Detective Dunleavy after the June 3rd interview, right?
Yes.
And you said that you had gone up to him and said that you had forgotten to tell him during the June 3rd interview that you had taken the diaper bag from the freezer and walked with it in the stroller to meet Adam at the back of Portland Pie. That's
Right.
what you told Detective Dunleavy, right?
Right.
And that you said the bag was there for 1 to 2 weeks, and then it was brought back to the Union Street apartment, right?
Right.
Okay. A little bit different from what you've just described, right?
Right. But I remember bringing it to his job from the shelter.
Yes, for those of you that didn't catch the first of the live, Jen is boots on the ground there in New Hampshire. She's in the courtroom. She's doing study sessions at night. Her channel link is pinned to the top.
We're going to break for lunch, so I'm going to ask you to come back in an hour. So come back at 1 o'clock,
And,
please. We'll start at hopefully at about 5 after. I remind you, don't discuss the case with each other or with anybody else. Do not.
Okay, so I'm going to pause for a second. I'm going to skip through because we're not going to sit here during lunch. Jen says she's going to jump in the shower, but it was great to see you both. Well, thank you, Jen, for coming in. I always appreciate you popping in. You're
after Burger King, leaning on Seamus's seat?
Yeah, she was always leaning on one of the car seats.
Okay, and you said it was Seamus's.
Okay, so I must have it mixed up. I don't remember. I always thought Declan was in the middle.
Okay. If you told them on the 23rd that it was June 23rd that it was a Seamus, it could have been.
Yeah.
Okay. And then when you were on May 16, 2023, you were talking about feeding the children, and you said Declan couldn't eat yet because he was an infant, but I gave Seamus a little piece at the time. He was in the middle. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was as if it was a memory, that you were speaking from memory.
Yes.
And do you recall, because you talked about feeding Declan and putting the pieces in his mouth, do you recall if you did that?
I remember feeding one of them, both of them. I don't know.
Okay. And you talked about putting a sandwich on Harmony's lap, but not looking at her, right?
Right.
But you saw that she had a blanket on her lap, right?
Yeah, she always had a blanket on her.
And it was on her lap, you described it, right?
Yes.
Not over her, it was on her lap.
Right.
And that you were not looking, but you were sitting and just handing stuff back.
Right.
Okay. So a couple of things on Union Avenue and what you described at Union Avenue. I think that you described the tote was in the, not the tote, the plastic thing with the tote inside was in the closet, and then the tote was put in the refrigerator.
The bag was in the tote in the closet. Then the bag ended up in the refrigerator.
CMC bag.
Yes.
Yeah. And it was in the refrigerator for a bit until it was taken out to go into the bathtub.
Yes.
And after it was in the bathtub, it went in the freezer.
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about events in the freezer, I mean, in the shower, and described for the jury lime,
Yes.
and that lime was used in the shower.
No.
Did you say that lime was put in a bag?
Yes.
So that was on the floor of the bathroom. Is that what
Yes.
you're saying? And why lime?
Adam got the lime. I don't know where it came from.
Okay. Did y'all research lime and what it might do?
I did not.
Okay. It's not like anything was dissolving in the shower or anything, right? With the lime?
It wasn't in the bathroom. It wasn't used in the shower.
Okay. But nothing was dissolving or anything with lime, right?
I have no idea.
You were in there.
Not the whole time.
Okay. You said that lime was put in a bag and then Harmony's body was put in a bag. You didn't see any reaction of her body to the lime, right?
No.
Nothing changed.
I didn't see her body and put in the bag with the lime. Adam said that he was going to be putting her body in the lime, in the bag that has the lime in it.
Okay. Okay. And you talked on direct about a tool. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And when you first spoke to the police, you told them that scissors were the only tool used in the shower, right?
From what I remember, yes.
Okay. And the scissors were used to cut clothes off of Harmony.
Yes.
And you used the scissors
Yes.
and you cut off Harmony's hoodie.
Yes.
And you're saying Adam used the scissors
Yes.
and cut off her leggings.
Yes.
And those were the only tools in the bathroom, right?
That I saw, yes.
How big's the bathroom?
The bathroom wasn't that big.
Okay. You saw the things that were in the bathroom, right?
Yes.
And you claimed to have seen a bag of lime in the bathroom, right?
Yes.
You didn't see any tools, right?
No, I saw a bag of lime and trash bags.
Okay. And there weren't any tools sitting outside the bathroom, right?
No.
Okay. And you didn't hear any power saws?
No, because it was really loud.
What was really loud?
Our neighbor next door was a drunk and very loud, always blasting his music.
Okay. And you think that the music could have overcome power tools if they were used?
I believe so. Yeah, it was very loud all the time.
Okay. And when you first talked to the police, you actually denied that you helped Adam in the bathroom, right?
Right.
And you denied that you had anything to do with what he did in the bathroom.
Right.
You said that Adam didn't want you in the bathroom.
Right.
And then when you had to admit that you were in the bathroom, you ended up admitting that you cut off the hoodie, right?
Right.
And you ended up admitting that you were zipping up the bag.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you were in the bathroom for a while,
No.
for a few times.
Like a couple times, yes.
Okay. And otherwise, the shower was going.
Yes.
And so presumably the water is doing something.
Yes.
And a bag of lime on the floor in the bathroom would generally not be touched by a shower that's in the tub, right?
No, it was in the corner of the bathroom.
Okay. Away from the tub.
Yes.
But the shower, I think you said, was going continuously
Yes.
the whole time.
Yes.
And you could hear that.
That's what I saw.
Saw or heard?
I couldn't hear it, but I saw.
And you saw it?
Not the whole time, but I assumed the whole time
Okay.
because he told me what he was doing.
Okay. And you and Adam were working together to take the clothes off of Harmony and put her in the bag.
I didn't put her in the bag.
You zipped up the bag.
He needed help zipping up the bag. I was there in the beginning and I was there in the end.
Excuse me. Sir, you need to step out or turn the pager off. Okay, please step out. Thank you. Let me ask your question, Teresa.
Forgot what it was. Okay. So what you're saying now is you didn't know if the shower was going the whole time?
No.
Okay. Now you didn't know if Adam used any tools in the shower because you weren't there the whole time?
Right.
But you never saw any?
No.
And the police specifically asked you about tools
Yes.
and specific types of tools, right?
Yes.
And you told them that the only tool that Adam had was a box, a big box under the counter in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And that when he pulled out that box one time when he was losing it, he broke the counter.
Yes.
It was a pretty big box, right?
Yes.
And you did not see any other power tools in the apartment
No.
before or since?
I'm sorry.
Before that day or after that day?
No.
Okay. And they actually showed you pictures of power tools
Yes.
to ask you about those power tools.
Yes.
And did they show you a picture of a big table saw?
Yes.
And that was or was not similar to what you had seen in the apartment?
It was similar to it.
Okay. I'm going to show you a picture. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes.
And is that what you're saying? Well, how do you recognize this picture?
It's a table saw.
Uh-huh. And was that the type of tool that you had seen in the apartment?
Yeah, there was a table saw in the box.
Okay. And I'm going to ask that this page be marked as an exhibit, Your Honor. It's not, it's remarked.
Judy Smith for identification or full? Oh, any objection? All right, it can be marked as a full exhibit.
And they also showed you a picture of a circular saw, right?
I don't know the difference.
Okay, I'm going to show you another picture and ask you if you recognize that. What's in that picture?
Yeah, that's what it looked.
Pardon?
It looked more like what it was than that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you actually told the detective that it looked like the cordless compact circular saw.
No, it wasn't cordless.
Okay. You say it had a cord.
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'm sorry, I did not have this pre-marked. I would like this offered as a full exhibit.
Let me enter it as a full exhibit.
Thank you. And this is, thank you. And do you remember the detective saying out loud that, did it look like the cordless compact circular saw? And you said, yeah.
No.
Okay. Got a copy of Defendant's Exhibit E for ID. And I'm going to ask you to, again, look wherever you want. Let me put this in an easier position. But read that portion at least.
Yeah, it wasn't cordless.
Okay, but the photograph that the detective had showed you was, as he said, of a cordless compact circular saw, right?
Right.
And it's been marked as I isn't, at least indicates it's a cordless compact circular saw or cordless circular saw.
Yeah, that's what it says, but it wasn't cordless, the one that was in the house, the
Okay.
apartment.
But that was the one that it looked like?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Detective Dunleavy showed you another photograph, and asked if that perhaps looked like the tool under the sink?
That one?
No, a different one.
I don't know.
Do you recall him showing you a picture of a miter saw?
I don't even know what that is.
Okay. We'll get there. So earlier in direct, you were given a picture of a power tool, right?
Yeah.
And you had signed that photograph, right?
Right.
Or I'm sorry, initialed it, right?
Yeah.
Do you know when you initialed it?
No.
Pardon?
No.
Was it recent or a long time ago?
I know I did some recent and I did some a long time ago, so I don't remember.
You signed some photographs recently and signed some a long time ago?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you. And I keep saying sign and I'm misstating. You initialed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 63.
Identification or full?
It's been in as full.
That was recent.
This you
Yes.
signed recently
Yes.
in one of those prep sessions.
Yes.
And back in March 16, 2023, you did not sign Exhibit 63 as the tool that you had seen, right?
Right.
And if I may publish, Your Honor. And the name of the type of saw on that photograph that you recently signed was M18 Fuel 18 volt lithium ion brushless cordless size grinder with paddle switch tool only.
Yes.
But back in March of 2023, when you were shown photographs, you identified the one that looked most like the tool as the cordless circular saw, right? I'll show you a defendant's exhibit on.
I don't get what you're trying to say.
This cordless circular saw photograph was the one that you identified most like the tool that was under the counter.
Yes.
Okay, I may, Your Honor?
Yep.
So how was it that you came to initial a grinder with paddle photograph? What happened? What was the exchange where you initialed it?
Because my mom had a similar tool just like that one. Adam asked to take it, and I said, no, you're not taking it. It's my mother's.
Okay.
And he wanted to take it, and I don't remember if he took it or not because he would have did it behind my back.
Okay. And there were never any new tools in the apartment, right?
Not that I knew of.
And you didn't see any new tools around the time that you were talking about the things that you and Adam did in the shower.
Right, but he also brought lime and whatever else into the apartment, and I had no idea.
Okay. And you also talked to the prosecutor about tools in your prep session, right?
Right.
And in that prep session, you said you didn't know of any tools, but Adam said he wanted to, right?
Yes.
And that came in the most recent prep sessions that Adam told you he wanted to use tools.
Right.
And you didn't say when they were asking you about tools in June 3rd or June 23rd, you didn't see any tools, but Adam wanted to use tools, right?
Right.
And you didn't say in March 16 of 2023 that you didn't see tools. There was an old thing that looked kind of like the circular saw, but Adam said he wanted to use tools, right? And when you're prepping for your testimony here, I think that you said your parole hearing was coming up in May.
I don't know about my hearing. I know my minimum is in May.
Okay. And so you are hoping for a parole hearing and to get out in May, right?
Yeah.
But it's not guaranteed, right?
No.
Okay. And on that time where the state had you initial that fuel grinder, did they show you the picture and say, have you ever seen this?
Yes.
And you said, yeah, my mom has one.
I said, yes, my mom had one. I saw that she had one of those
Okay. And when they showed you this picture, that you thought it might be important to the case, right?
because Adam asked to take it and I told him not to.
Okay. And that's a real clear memory, right?
Right.
And it's something that you never mentioned in June or March 22, 23, right?
Because it didn't get brought up. I wasn't thinking about that.
Well, they were asking about tools, weren't they?
Yeah, but I wasn't thinking about tools that my mom had. I wasn't remembering that Adam wanted to take that.
Okay. Okay. And what was that tool? Did you remember what it was?
A handsaw.
Okay.
That's what I call it anyway.
Okay. And what were the circumstances that you saw it at your mom's place?
Because my mother works with wood. She has her own refurbishing company and she does her own woodwork.
Okay.
And she just got it. It was brand new in the box.
Okay. So if it was brand new and purchased, it was brand new in December of 2021.
Yes.
Okay. police showed you a photograph of the CMC bag when you were doing the interview in June of 2023, right?
Yes.
And you identified that as the same type of bag, the same as the one that you got from Catholic Medical Center when you had your child.
Yes.
And you actually thought that it was your bag.
Right.
You thought they had found the bag.
Yeah.
And you had thought that because you recognized this little spot
Yeah.
in the photograph. I may publish your honor. So let me talk about what you described as the treatment of that CMC bag. You say that Harmony's body was taken down from the ceiling at Fit and put into the shower at Fit
Yes.
and put into a trash bag and into the CMC bag.
Yes.
And that body stayed in the CMC bag for a while.
Yes.
And then you took the CMC bag down the street to Portland High.
Yes.
And then the CMC bag came back to and that Harmony's body was in the closet in that bag at Union, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The focus of everything that you have done since being arrested is to be in as little trouble as possible, right?
I'm sorry.
You have said things to try and get out of trouble or keep the trouble as little as possible, right?
No.
Well, when they continued asking questions, you could have asked to see your lawyer, right?
Right.
But you
Ms. Courtney Garcia, Courtney.
Hang on. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to get this to where it's just
Ms. Courtney
passed.
Garcia, Courtney Garcia.
Okay, thank you. And what city do you live in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived here?
About 5 years.
And are you currently employed?
Not at the moment.
Okay. What kind of jobs have you had in your life?
I've had some supervisor positions. I've worked as a counselor in the addiction field, restaurant jobs.
Okay. And currently, right now, do you have any children?
I do.
Okay. How old?
13 months.
It sounds like a handful.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, with regards to the name Adam Montgomery, have you heard that name before?
Yes.
All right. How do you know Adam Montgomery?
He is a childhood friend of my husband,
Okay. And what's your husband's name?
Matthew Garcia.
With regards to Adam Montgomery, have you met him in person before?
I have.
Okay. And also, at any point in time, were the two of you working together?
Yes, he was one of my employees.
What are you doing? Lurking behind me, sir.
I'd like to show you what's on Mark State's Exhibit 101.
I know.
Do you
Where you?
recognize that person?
Yes, that's Adam Montgomery.
That's Adam Montgomery. Same Adam Montgomery that we're talking about?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you very specifically about Mr. Montgomery. I'd like to ask you about Thanksgiving 2019 right now.
Okay.
Did you see Mr. Montgomery on Thanksgiving of 2019 or around that time?
I did on Thanksgiving.
On Thanksgiving Day?
Yes.
Okay.
It was in the evening.
What a
I'm sorry, in the
dirt
evening?
bag.
Okay. And I would ask if you can just kind of scoot a little bit more forward, actually.
What the hell does she need with one of those huge ass chairs up there?
When you saw that image, let me ask,
How's your mom gonna
aware
get
of
in
where
the
he was
damn
living
car?
at the time?
Yes, I did. He was living in his vehicle.
What did the car look like?
It was a Chrysler Sebring, very bald tires,
It's not that big.
silver to my knowledge.
Not a huge.
And where did you see him that evening?
I saw him at the Pestaquag I think that's how you pronounce it, apartments in Manchester, New Hampshire, in the parking lot.
What, if anything, did you do for him that day?
My husband and I provided Adam gas money, and we offered him a place to stay.
And that was on Thanksgiving, correct? All right. And what did Mr. Montgomery say to that when you offered him a place to stay that night?
She's a lot smarter than you think she is.
Maybe. Let's see. What happens?
What a little dirt bag. You know where she gets that?
Maybe.
In regards to Thanksgiving and staying, what did the defendant say when you made that offer?
Adam was kind of for it, but Kayla and Adam ended up not agreeing to stay at our location.
Okay. And let me ask you, is that a conversation that you directly had with the defendant?
Yes.
And I believe a second ago you just said also Kayla. So Kayla, is that Kayla Montgomery?
Yes.
That particular day, did you see any other members of the family there?
Yes, they had their 2 sons and Harmony in the back seat.
Okay. And how did you see her in person in the backseat, or did you just know that she was there?
I just knew that all 3 children were there. None of the children got out of the vehicle.
Okay. Did you look into the vehicle at any point to put eyes on them?
We offered them food, so I believe at one time I kind of put my hand in, and that was that. I didn't really look at the children, so what I was there for.
Okay. And from your recollection today, how many children were in the car at that time?
3.
Thank you. Moving forward from Thanksgiving, I want to talk to you about a couple of months after that. Did you see the defendant again, Adam Montgomery, sometime between December and January, December of 2019 into January of 2020?
Multiple times.
Okay. And at any point in time during that month, December going into January, did you have a conversation with him about Harmony and her condition?
We did, yes, or I did, yes.
Okay. Where did Mr. Montgomery say she was at that point?
He told us that he brought Harmony back to the mother.
Do you know what her mother's name is?
Crystal, maybe?
And let me ask, with regards to that, I apologize. Did the defendant ever tell you what her name is? I should have asked a better question there.
No, he did not.
And with regards to how she was back with her mother, what did the defendant tell you about why that happened, or how it happened, or when it happened?
He told us that he brought her back to her mother because Harmony was having multiple accidents in the vehicle.
And by accidents, what do you mean by accidents?
She was using the bathroom in the vehicle.
What, if anything, did the defendant say about Harmony now being with her mother as compared to Harmony being with Adam?
I'm sorry, no.
Sure. At any point in time, did he talk about what kind of, with regards to what Harmony was being provided for, what she could be provided for from her mother as compared to what Adam was able to offer at that time?
A home.
A home?
Yes.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Let me ask you, Ms. Garcia, at one point, were you interviewed by officers of the Manchester Police Department about this interaction that we talked about today that you had with Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
Okay. And during the time that you were speaking with them, did you tell them that the defendant told you that she was better off with her mother than with him at the time?
Basis? I'm sorry, the defendant.
Yes, I'm asking whether or not she reported those as the defendant's words at that time.
The objection is overruled.
Go ahead, Ms. Garcia.
Yes, he told us that she was better off with her mother because she could provide her a home. Adam could not.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Garcia. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel will have a few.
Hi, Ms. Garcia. You indicated on direct examination that a place to stay was offered for the night.
Correct.
Adam was kind of for it.
Yes.
Kayla wasn't.
Correct.
Thank you.
Anything further, Attorney Gotti?
Nothing else. This witness to be excused.
Any objection? No objection. You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
Just a brief moment. Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Ms. Kimberly Frame to the stand, please. that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Frayne, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your first and your last name for the record and spell them out for us?
Kimberly, Kimberly, Frain, Frain.
Thank you, Ms. Frayne. Appreciate that. With regards to New Hampshire, do you live in the state?
Yes,
Okay. And generally, what town do you live in?
Meredith.
In Meredith. And what are you doing for work right now?
I'm working in healthcare at a hospital.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that?
Almost 3 years.
How far have you gone in school?
I'm actually back in school now.
Oh, what are you studying?
Where?
What? I'm sorry. What are you studying?
It's kind of long. Healthcare administration.
Okay. And how long have you been, or how long do you have to go before you get a degree?
Like 3 more years.
3 more years.
Yeah.
All right. Pardon me. So I'm going to ask just one question at a time. So I'd ask you to please listen carefully to either my question or any other counsel's question that you get asked. And if I'm talking too quickly or if you don't understand my question, just let me know. I'll be happy to restate it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thanks. Prior to where you live now, did you used to live in Manchester back in 2019?
Yes.
And do you know of somebody by the name of Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
Did you ever used to work at a Dunkin' Donuts on Beach Street in Manchester?
Yes.
How long did you work there?
Like 5 years,
About 5 years.
maybe.
Okay. Let me ask, you also know the name Kayla Montgomery.
Yes.
And what was when you, and have you met Kayla Montgomery?
Yes.
Right. What's the relationship between Kayla Montgomery and Adam Montgomery when you first met them?
I met them at work. We worked together. First, I worked with Kayla, and then Adam worked with us too.
With regards to Kayla and Adam, did you ever meet Adam's daughter, Harmony Montgomery?
Once.
One time?
Yes.
Did you ever spend time with her
Yes. I babysat her and the 2 boys, or 1 boy at the time, at my house.
at your house?
Yeah.
And would this have been back in 2019?
Yeah, I think it was the summer of 2019.
I'd like to ask some specific questions for you about Adam Montgomery, specifically about beginning in the winter of that year at the end of 2019. All right.
Okay.
All right. Did you ever bring Adam Montgomery jumper cables to try to start a car?
Yes.
How many times have you done that for him?
Once.
Just the one time.
One time.
How did he reach out to you for help?
He either called me or it was on Facebook. I can't remember which. And he said that their car had died and it was freezing out and they wanted me to come jumpstart their car. I told them no, but they kept begging and I felt bad. So I went.
Okay. So you said maybe they messaged you or reached out on Facebook. Is that right? Did you have a Facebook account at one point that just went by the name Kimberly Frayne?
Yeah.
Right. And is that the account that he might have messaged you on?
Yeah.
What time was this? What time of morning was this that Adam reached out, or you got these messages asking for a jump?
It was in the middle of the night. I just remember that. It was late.
So did you go to where they were and give them a jump?
I did.
Where did you go?
It's behind Elm Street in, I think it's Colonial Apartments.
Okay. And is that at the south side of town, west side, or north side of town?
It's like right down the road from my house on the north side.
Okay. When you saw them, do you remember what kind of car they were in that night?
Yeah, they were in a blue Audi.
Now, when you went to
I
meet
just
them,
took him out. Kobe,
first of
get
all, what was
back.
the weather like that night?
It was cold. It was freezing.
So when you got there, who, if anybody, got into your car?
I pulled up and I don't remember the beginning, but I don't think I brought like a jumper pack
Mhm.
that my ex-husband had, and a good Samaritan came by and him and Adam jump started it. And Kayla jumped in my car with the 2 boys and we just blasted the heat to keep them warm.
To keep them warm?
Yeah.
So you said it was Kayla and the 2 boys?
2 boys.
Okay. So I know you said before that
Kobe.
you babysat Harmony on one occasion. Was Harmony there with you? Did she get into the car as well with Kayla and the 2 boys?
No,
Did you see Harmony at all while you were there that night?
no.
And I believe you said a good Samaritan came along. Do you remember who that is, or even know who that
No, it
is?
was just somebody in the complex saw us struggling.
Okay. And I guess I just blast this one other question. After that one time, did you ever jump a car for them again?
No, I was distancing myself from them. at that
Do
point.
you remember the exact day that this occurred in the winter of 2019, end of
I
2019?
don't.
Okay. Just that it was very cold out. Is that right?
Yeah.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Ms. Rain. I have one more question just for you in general. With regards to conversations that you've had with Adam Montgomery, the defendant in this case, with regards to the conversations, did you ever have a conversation with him about Harmony having bathroom accidents or wetting herself or defecating herself in the pants?
I don't think so. Not him.
Not him?
No.
Okay. With anybody else?
Maybe with Kayla, but I don't remember.
Okay.
Exactly.
Well, and I don't want you to guess. So if you remember, you remember. If you don't, you don't. That's
don't.
okay. And so you're saying your testimony is you don't.
I don't remember.
All right. All right. Thank you very much for your time. I have no further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Thank you.
Counsel, you want to move? Come up.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, and I only have a couple of questions.
Okay.
You recalled that whatever car that you jumped, you thought it was a blue Audi?
Yeah.
And you know from before that Adam used to drive a Sebring.
It was a silver car.
Okay, this was not the car that Adam used to drive around, right? And you remembered this way back in 2021 when the police first asked you about it, right?
Yeah.
And your memory, even the first time you talked about it, was a blue Sebring. I mean, sorry, blue Audi.
No, I think I might have told them the other. I think I told them it was the silver car, but it was the Audi they were in.
Okay, so you're really clear about that, huh?
Yeah.
So what changed when you first said the Sebring and then sort of recalled the Audi?
I just couldn't remember the time frames because it was so long ago.
Okay, so I understand that, but what changed your recollection of the type of car?
Overruled. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I think you said at first you told him it was the Sebring, but then the blue Audi when they first started questioning you on it, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what it was that made you say that it was the blue Audi?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? You may step down. Council approach. It's 10 of 4, and I don't want to get started with another witness and take you too long beyond 4 o'clock. So we're going to end for the day. I know earlier when I left this morning, there were some reports about weather. I have kept an eye on it as we've taken breaks throughout the day. The reports actually look much better than was originally anticipated.
Jorge has always put the ones he loves first, but he's let his own dental care take a back seat. Time for a shift. Aspen Dental.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. When the state is ready, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state police officer. Just watch yourself there, officer. You remain standing. Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury? Yes, I do. You can have a seat and make yourself comfortable. Officer Penson, can you start by stating and spelling your name for the record?
Officer Neil Pentinen, Neilpenttinen.
And Officer Penson, how are you presently employed?
I'm employed by the Manchester Police Department
How long have you worked for the Manchester Police Department?
since January of 2012.
And what is your current assignment?
I'm currently assigned to the Community Policing Unit.
And can you tell the jurors what that is?
The Community Policing Unit, we deal with mostly neighborhood issues, homeless issues, anything outside of the scope of patrol. We'll negotiate things, do community meetings, things of that nature.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities on that Community Policing Unit?
I'm in what's referred to as an area officer, so I cover a section of the city. When people call in neighborhood complaints or general issues that patrol doesn't have time to deal with, we go deal with those things.
You mentioned starting with the Manchester Police Department in 2012.
Yes.
What did you do for work prior to that?
Prior to that, I was a police officer with the Scottsdale, Arizona Police Department. I was hired there in April of 2005.
And when you came from Scottsdale to New Hampshire, did you go through the police academy?
I originally with Scottsdale, I attended the Mesa, Arizona Police Academy when I was hired in 2005. And when I was hired by the Manchester Police Department, I attended the New Hampshire State Academy, only the law package because I was already a certified officer.
Do you remember what year did you graduate?
New Hampshire, it was 2012.
And sorry, I have two questions there. Did you graduate from the Police Standards and Training Academy?
In New Hampshire,
New
Hampshire, it was just the law package.
Right. And in Arizona, did you graduate from the Police Standards and
I
Training?
did. I graduated the Mesa, Arizona Police Academy in 2005.
So in total, you have 19 years of law enforcement experience?
Correct.
I want to switch gears, Officer Pentinen. In your current assignment with the Manchester Police Department, do you have occasion to conduct traffic accident investigations?
Occasionally, I do.
And can you walk the jurors through what your standard protocol is when you're responding to such an accident?
Standard protocol when I respond to an accident, when I arrive on scene, I'll do immediate assessment of the vehicles. If we need to get them off the road, I will immediately ask if anyone needs medical attention. If they respond, they do, I'll get the fire department there or whatever medical needs. If not, then I will immediately ask the drivers for their information, their driver's license, insurance information, their phone number, and as well as the registration of the vehicle. After that, I will ask who the occupants are of the vehicle and get their names, dates of birth, phone numbers, addresses, all for the accident report.
So you mentioned speaking to the drivers of the vehicles, and then you mentioned getting the vehicle occupant information. Where do you usually get that information from?
I'll ask whoever's there. If it's I'll speak to each person individually, their information. Unless it's a child, then I'll ask the adult who's on scene with them.
Do you typically speak to every individual, other than children? Do you typically speak to every individual in each car?
Yes, I do.
And what's the purpose of that?
To get a brief synopsis of what occurred in the accident from different perspectives.
And do you document these investigations?
I do.
How do you document them?
I will immediately take notes on a notepad, and then I'll fill out an accident exchange form for the individuals involved in the accident, which will include insurance information, phone numbers, addresses, and which is required by the police department. And when that is all done, I will make a traffic accident report documenting everything from the scene.
And again, is it necessary during, and we're still talking your standard protocol, is it necessary during these investigations for you to see every individual involved?
Yes, I will need to see who's there.
And can you walk us through how that occurs? How do you see those individuals? Do you order them all out of the vehicle or something else?
If it's a minor accident, most of them will just stay in the vehicle. If they are on scene, I'll ask who was in the vehicle and take a look at each person. You do have occasions where people will show up who weren't involved in the accident. So I'll make sure that I look at each person.
Officer Pentinen, I want to turn your attention to November 29th of 2019. So with that in mind, were you working in your official duties as an officer with the Manchester Police Department on November 29th of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And are you familiar with someone named Adam Montgomery?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell the jurors your familiarity?
On that day, I responded I was dispatched to a traffic accident at South Wilson Street in Vinton involving two vehicles. And Mr. Montgomery identified himself as the driver of one of the vehicles.
Now, you mentioned these reports that you write following your investigation. Did you write a report following your interactions on that day?
I did.
And have you had a chance to review that before you came here to testify?
Yes, I have.
The accident that we're talking about from November 29th of 2019, does that accident stand out to you in your memory?
It does.
Why is that?
Because Mr. Montgomery was involved in another accident a few days later. And in my police career, that's the only time I've had one individual in two accidents within the same week.
Okay, and we'll talk about both of those accidents, but I want to focus on November 29th. And I think you said that stands out to you.
Yes, it does.
Can you walk the jurors through the initial dispatch that you received and your response to the scene?
It was a two-vehicle accident. I arrived. I was working in the patrol capacity that day. I showed up. There were two vehicles at the scene, multiple individuals in one of the vehicles, and there was just one driver in the other vehicle. I went through the standard protocol when I arrived at the location.
And when you say multiple individuals in one of the vehicles, whose vehicle was that?
That was Mr. Montgomery's vehicle.
And were you able to identify the individuals that were in Mr. Montgomery's vehicle?
I did.
And who was in Mr. Montgomery's vehicle?
In Mr. Montgomery's vehicle, I believe Kayla Montgomery identified herself as one of the rear passengers. There was an individual in the front seat. I would need as an adult female in the front seat. I would need to look at my report to refresh my memory of her name.
Do you believe that looking at your report, reviewing your report would refresh your recollection of
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Come back down like
The front passenger identified herself as Tabitha Scott.
What?
And Officer Pentinen, who else?
I don't know. I told you I'm running
There
this
were
trial.
two children in the vehicle.
Did you obtain their names?
I did obtain their names.
And what were those two children's names?
Again, I'd have to look at my report to refresh my memory of those.
Please do so. You can't read from it. You can't read it out loud, but
I told you days ago I was going to do this today.
They were identified as Seamus Montgomery and Declan Montgomery.
Did you note their relative seating locations?
I did.
And what were they?
I believe it was the center passenger and rear right passenger.
Do you know which one was in the center and which one was rear
I don't
right?
recall which one was where.
Is that noted in your?
It should be noted in my report, yes.
Please, if you believe that looking at your report would refresh your recollection, please do so.
Seamus was in the rear middle and Declan was in the rear right.
Did you see any other children in the defendant's vehicle?
I did not.
And did you, during your response, did you actually look inside of the defendant's vehicle?
I don't recall if I looked in the vehicle or not. It was so long ago.
Other than full of people, how would you describe
Vehicle.
the defendant's vehicle?
The defendant's vehicle, aside from having 5 people in there, there was clutter in the vehicle.
Is that something that you saw?
I did.
So, officer, I want to switch gears. I want to talk about that second accident just several days later. So I want to turn your attention to December 2nd of 2019. Were you working in your official capacity with the Manchester Police Department on December 2nd of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And on that day, did you respond to another accident involving the defendant?
I did.
And can you walk the jurors through your response, how you initially became aware and what you did after getting that information?
I was dispatched, I believe it was on Franklin Street, or in that general area, to a 2-vehicle accident. And again, same thing. There were only 2 drivers in this accident. I immediately recognized Mr. Montgomery in the vehicle, having dealt with him a few days prior.
And again, did you follow your standard protocol after your response?
I did.
After you arrived at the location?
I did.
And who, if anyone, did you document in the defendant's vehicle on that occasion?
I believe Mr. Montgomery was the only person in the vehicle.
Do you believe that looking at your report might refresh your recollection?
Oh, yes, it would.
Yes.
Yeah.
According to my report, Kayla Montgomery was a passenger in the vehicle.
And during that response, did you note her relative seating location?
She was in the front passenger seat.
On that occasion, did you look inside of the defendant's vehicle?
I don't recall if I looked inside or not.
Did you note anything about the defendant's vehicle?
On this occasion, it was the same vehicle I dealt with the week before. The only thing that I noted about it was the new damage on the vehicle.
And I'm sorry, I want to go back to that November 29th response that you had. Around what time that day did you respond to the scene?
Again, I would have to look at my report to refresh my memory at the exact time. That was approximately 3:53 p.m.
And how about on December 2nd? What time did you arrive on the scene?
Again, I would have to look at my report to get the time that I arrived. That was approximately 10:43 a.m.
If I can have just a moment here. No further questions. Thank you, Officer Fenton. The defense may have some questions for you.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name's Caroline Smith, and I do have a couple of questions for you. The first one involves the December 2nd accident that you were just talking about in 2019. And where was that accident?
I would need to look at my report to get the exact address.
You still have it up there?
I have it up here.
Okay, go ahead.
That was at Franklin and Market Street.
And that's right around the clinic at Franklin?
It is in that general area, yes.
Okay. And the one at on 1129, where was that?
That was South Wilson and Vinton Street.
Okay. Is that near a Burger King?
It is not far. I believe approximately half a mile, if I were to guess.
Okay. And on the, I don't mean to skip back and forth, so I'll stick with the November 29. You don't have a specific recollection of how you talk to people, right?
Not specifically, no.
Whether who is inside the car, who is outside the car when you talk to them, right?
No.
But if people were inside the car, you probably would have walked up to the car and talked to them through the window, right?
Yes, that's generally what I do.
Okay. And you saw the 2 boys in the back?
I saw 2 boys there. I don't remember if they were inside the vehicle or outside of the vehicle.
Okay. And when adults are driving around when anybody is driving around with children in the car, you recall that you were given the ages of the children, right?
Yes.
And one was over a year?
Again, I would have to look at my report for the
Please do. And I meant to say under a year.
and to know what the dates are, what their birth dates are as of the date. Yes, one would be under a year, or approximately that age.
And when adults are driving around with a child under 1, that child is to be in a baby seat, right?
Yes.
And if the child is not in the baby seat, what happens?
Generally, it's against the law and would be up to the officer's discretion to issue a summons for that or not.
Okay. And the second child was under 3?
Approximately.
And what are the restraints to be on a child under 3?
Also in a car seat.
Okay. And how about a child of 5?
Again, I'm 5 years old. I'm not sure. I would need to look at the exacts, but I believe it's any child under a certain size also would need a car seat.
Okay. And at the very least, I think it's under 12, have to be buckled in seatbelt.
Yes.
And so you were aware of 2 children, right?
Yes.
And you had no concerns about their restraints, the child seat.
From what I remember, I did not.
By the way, I did say that the 1129 was outside. We said, I believe, outside Vinton and Wilson. The 12-2 was outside the clinic.
Correct.
And the 12-2 outside the clinic was 10:43.
Approximately, yes.
Okay, still morning hours.
Yes.
And the 11:29 was in the afternoon, 3:53, 4ish.
Correct.
Still light out, right?
For that time of year, yes.
Okay. Now, you also said that you gathered pertinent information about the driver in the car, like the license, registration, insurance.
Correct.
And Mr. Montgomery had a license, right?
He did. He provided me a New Hampshire license.
Okay. And as far as you could tell, it was valid, right?
Yes.
Because otherwise there would have been a problem there too, right?
Yes. Another thing I do is I will have dispatch do a driver's license status of any individuals who are operating the motor vehicles.
Okay. And so then on the accident on the 2nd, there were only people in the front seats of the car, no one in the back seat, right?
That's what I documented. I don't recall the specifics of the vehicle, but that's what I documented.
Okay. And again, whether you talked to the driver inside the car or outside the car, you would have talked to the driver, right?
Yes.
And if the passenger was inside the car, you would have walked up to the passenger side to talk to her, right?
I would speak to him either through the driver's side or depending on the situation, sometimes through the driver's side, sometimes through the passenger side, but I will speak to them directly.
Okay. And you did not see any children on that day, right?
No.
You didn't see any boys in the car?
No. If I did, I would have documented it.
Okay. Oh yeah, seating on the, I'm sorry, I'm going back again when I said I wouldn't. On 1129, you specifically documented the seating
Correct.
and Seamus was in the middle.
I believe so.
So there would have been Declan, but you can check your report. I think you documented it, right?
Yes.
And so Declan was on one side, Seamus on the other, and then you would have noticed Kayla or been told that Kayla was on the other side, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any objection to that?
Hello? Hey,
No.
You sit down, you're excused.
why?
Give me a call, it's next witness.
Well, then take them out.
Mr. Chairman, if you would remain standing for just a brief moment, please. Thank you. Please raise your right hand, sir.
Son, I told you it's going to take
You solemnly
time.
swear that the testimony you will give this
That will
jury
take
will be the
time
truth,
to
the whole
build
truth, and
trust
nothing but
with
the
her.
truth. So help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please feel free have a seat. Mr. Jenner, thank you for coming today. I wondered if you would please go ahead and state your full name and then spell both your first and your last name for the record.
It's Matthew Gendron, Matthew Gendron.
And Mr. Gendron, what town are you currently living in?
Manchester.
How long have you lived here in Manchester?
About 12 years or so.
And right now, are you working?
Yes, sir.
What type of work do you do in general?
I work in a restaurant.
No.
How long have you been doing that kind of work?
Most of my life, but I've been at my current job for close to 5 years now.
Let me ask.
I
At
know
one
you're
point in
excited
2019,
to
did you
be
ever
there,
work
but
at
damn,
Dunkin'
son,
Donuts?
you've got to
Yes, sir.
Where was that
understand.
Dunkin' Donuts?
It's located at Beach Street in Manchester, New Hampshire.
While you were there, did you ever work with somebody by the name of Adam Montgomery?
Yes, sir.
And with regards to Adam Montgomery, do you know who his wife is?
So when you're talking to
Kayla
him,
Montgomery?
say, hey, take
Did you meet
mom
her
on
there
your
as well?
phone.
Yes, sir.
And how long did you
So that
work
way you
there
can
with Adam
talk to
Montgomery
her.
and Kayla Montgomery?
Probably around a year or so.
How long overall did you work at that Dunkin' Donuts?
I think I worked there 2 years.
did you get the job, or were you working there when Adam Montgomery started working there, or was he working there when you got there?
He was already employed when I got there.
And what about Caleb Montgomery?
Same.
Same thing. All right. Did you ever hang out with Adam Montgomery?
A few times.
And did you ever
Yeah,
friend him
that's
on
not
Facebook?
Yes, sir.
That's not a smart way to go,
send
son.
messages
You have
back
to
and forth to each
understand
other?
that you're going to have to build
And back
trust
in
with her.
2019, about how often would you guys talk with each other?
I try to initiate conversation every
Understand
week or so.
I understand that, but you have to think
Were
it's
you,
not
still
just
working at
Josh.
Dunkin'
She's also
Donuts
got
when
another
Adam
son
Montgomery
that she
stopped
has to
working?
drag
Yes.
out with her, and
Show you what's been marked States Exhibit 101. You recognize that person?
Yes, sir.
And who is this?
That is Adam Montgomery.
That's the person you work with?
Yes, sir.
One more exhibit. This one is marked States Exhibit 11 for identification purposes only.
Okay.
And I'm going to, first of all, I'm just going to move these police reports here. I wonder if you could go ahead and flip through all 3 pages just for a moment for yourself, just to orient yourself. In general, these particular images, what are these images on?
Of a Facebook chat with myself and Adam and Kayla.
And was that on your Facebook page?
Correct.
With regards to the conversation that you had there, do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
And do you remember having looked at those images at the time that you received them?
Yes.
Other than the fact that they're on paper and there's a little red sticker down at the bottom of the first
that's not
page,
fair to him.
any sort of alterations or changes to those images compared to when you saw them and you first got those messages?
Not to my knowledge.
It's not fair to him. You just now become part of his life. The last thing you need to do is
Yes,
piss
sir.
the one person off.
Any objection? I'm sorry, you said no objection. Without objection, thank you. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to go ahead and leave this copy here if for some reason you need to refer to it. But I'd like to draw your attention.
Well, like I said, you can't shut him off.
Have you, excuse me, walk us through this exhibit together so we can understand this message that you got as you testified from the defendant and his Facebook page. So back in, let's go ahead to December 8th of 2019. Were you still working at Dunkin' Donuts on December 8th?
Not. I don't recall. Maybe.
And well, with regards to at that point in time, do you know if, oh, excuse me, you said you're not too sure if you were
At the
working.
time of these messages, I was at a different restaurant.
You were at a different restaurant. Okay. So you're no longer working with the defendant at Dunkin' Donuts. All right. I'd like to go ahead and draw your attention. You can either look down or look at the screen behind you. And I want to go ahead and draw your attention to page 1 of Exhibit 11.
You are part of his
And
life.
with regards to that, is this what you're seeing on the screen behind you? Can you just confirm for us that is page 1 of Exhibit 11?
Showing her that you want to
And
be
I'd like to go ahead and ask you about the conversation itself. First of all, what time did you get these messages on, specifically on the 8th? When did they start appearing?
After midnight.
After midnight on the 8th? And specifically, what time did you first get the very first message here?
12:13 a.m. It says.
12:13 a.m.
Be around people she doesn't know.
With regards to that particular time, could you go ahead and please read that message for us, the message that you received at 12:13 a.m.?
Hey, need help ASAP. Please need a jump and jumper cables ASAP.
And separate from that, did you get another message right afterwards, or excuse me, shortly thereafter?
Yes.
And what time did you get that second message?
12:58.
Okay. And what was the message that you got then?
Says I need a jump. My car died. We've been sleeping in our car and our battery just died.
Now, separate from that, did you then start responding back to this Facebook message from Mr. Montgomery?
Yes.
All right. And what did you write?
I said, I don't have any cables.
Okay. And then what's the next message that you received in this conversation?
This is Kayla. Will you bring me to a store to get them? I'll give you gas money. We will literally die tonight.
And with regards to that message, at that point, when it says this is Kayla, who do you believe now has the phone?
I believe it was Kayla. That was a joint account they had together.
Okay. In general, when you received messages from this account, were you able to tell who it was from, whether it was from Adam Montgomery or whether it was from Kayla?
Not until they identified themselves.
Okay. And what about with regards to how they wrote, the type of words that they used? Did you notice a difference?
Not really.
Okay. What's the response that you wrote back after that? You received that
I'm
message about we will literally die tonight.
I just got home from work and had to get up early for work tomorrow. What's even open and where are you guys?
You're just gonna have to understand
So to clarify, at this point when you're writing,
and stop
you said I don't have cables. Was that true?
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't.
I
You
didn't
have a
have
way to
cables.
see your son. That's important. Spending time with him.
And when you say when you move on about having to get up early for work tomorrow, you asked where they were. Is that right?
Yeah.
All right. Why did you ask that question?
I was just curious as to where they wanted me to drive all around to at that hour.
He needs to have his dad in his life. You don't pop into his life like my dad used to do. And
Continue
be like,
on
hey, I'm
with
here, and
the
then
bottom part of
disappear.
page 1 here of the exhibit. I wondered if you could go ahead and what's the response you got to that?
It's okay, Matt. I don't know whether it is open. I'm sorry.
That IDKs, I mean, I don't know, or I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. And what did you say
have
back?
to build.
It's not your fault. I just don't have cables. It's not so
With
I
his
know what's
mother, she
open.
was taking care of him.
And so at that time of night, do you know what was open or not? All right. It has to be a verbal answer.
Oh,
Yes
no,
or no,
sir.
sorry, because the microphone's picking
Yeah.
up and recording. I wondered if you could go ahead and turn to page 2 now and walk us through the next part of this conversation that you're having. After that, you said you didn't know what was open. What message did you start getting on the account?
I think either if mobile don't have them, the only place is Amherst Walmart. So I know you need to get out early. Have a good night. Sorry.
You said get out early. Is that what was written?
That's what it looks like it was written. There's a lot of typos.
Okay. Certainly, would you
that
say
what
that the
she
typos that you're
said?
seeing here is different from what you saw before when you got the message saying that it was from Caleb?
I would assume it's from the same person still.
Okay. Even though the
They
typos.
didn't identify they changed people. So I'm assuming it's still Kayla.
Okay. And so, what do you respond back when they say I'm sorry?
I said it's okay. Try to have a good night.
Well, let me just. Oh, excuse me. That's right. Let me just try to get to it. You say it's okay. Try to have a good night. And what's the response that you got back after that?
I'm gonna try. We can die in this weather. We can't. Right. We can just really. Can't even read that.
Is it CILD? Are we reading that right?
CILD.
Okay.
And it said, hey, I'm at Colonial Village, and Kimmy said she has jumper cables.
Looking at that first line, I'm going to try. Can we? I'm sorry. I'm going to try. Can we die in this weather? And then is it we? How does they spell the next word after we?
Looks like CSNT.
Is it fair to assume that might be can't?
Correct.
Okay. Right. We can just. Is that VE?
That's what I got.
Okay. Just V. Really. And the CILD. What do you think that word is?
Probably cold.
Really cold. Okay. And then the line afterwards.
Hey, I'm at Colonial Village, and Kimmy said she has jumper cables.
Who's Kimmy? Do you know who Kimmy is?
Kimberly Frame.
And were you Facebook friends with her?
Yep. I also worked with her as well. Right. The same location.
And with regards to that, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and flip over to page 3 now. And, or excuse me, if you could stay at the bottom of page 2. I apologize. We didn't finish here. You said, can Kimmy jump you? Is that correct?
That's what I said. Yeah.
What did they
But
respond?
you just got.
She don't have a car. That's why I've been messaging
Just got a
everyone.
good job. You need to.
And just for clarity's sake, when you said she don't have her car, what was actually spelled?
Was that spelled?
Yep.
She don't have GER car. She don't have her car.
Fair to say, though, you interpreted that as her car.
Correct.
All right. And that's why I've been messaging everyone. If you could go to page 3 of that exhibit and kind of take us through how this conversation ended that day. After they said that's she don't have her car, that's why I've been messaging everyone. What was the next thing that you received? The next message.
So do YIH not want to do that?
How did you interpret that to me?
I mean, do you not want to do that?
And what did you write back?
I don't really feel like running all over the place at this hour of the night. Did you try 24-hour road assistance thing?
What were you suggesting to them when you said 24-hour road
Like
assistance?
AAA or it's one of those type of services, I guess.
Have you ever used that service in the past?
I didn't have it at the time, but I have used it since.
Oh, that's what I meant. I'm sorry. I have used it since. And did you find that they do have that ability to be able to jump car?
Yeah.
And if you could go ahead and take us through the next part of your conversation here. What did they respond after you suggested that they try to find somebody who could do the jump service?
It's not our car, Matt. Our car died today. I'm assuming the word his friend is letting us stay in his. It's all good, Matt. Don't worry about it. I just don't want to freeze tonight. I've messaged everyone else.
So again, some of those words misspelled.
Correct.
And when you were just reading for us, is that your interpretation of those misspellings?
Yes, sir.
All right. What did they say after saying we've messaged everyone else?
NOOBE, I'm assuming means nobody
Mhm.
has cables or nobody has their cars.
Okay.
Spell cats.
Spell cats, but interpreted as cars.
Correct.
Okay. With regards to that, what did you say back to when they were said nobody has cables and nobody has cats? What did you write back?
I get all that. Roadside assistants can jump a car. They have
She
helped
get
me
her
before.
chair.
They don't ask for proof of ownership.
Get one of the ones just something smaller.
So when you write that back to them, what's the response that you got?
Yeah, no one of us has insurance. Don't worry about it, man.
And what time was that final message that day?
1:53 a.m.
After that conversation on December 8th, in frame. Let me ask, did you say, I don't know, maybe a month later in January of 2020, did you have any other Facebook messages from Adam Montgomery or any other discussions with Adam Montgomery about what happened that night?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. At any point in time, did you ever, was there ever a conversation with Adam Montgomery with regards to you not responding that night?
Also not to my memory.
Not to your memory?
It's been a while.
Okay. If you just have a moment, please, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Gendron, I have one final question for you with regards to the time that you were asked to go ahead and provide a jump, and you had this conversation with the defendant. With regards to that, at that time, did you know where he was living?
I did not.
And were you ever made aware that he was homeless at that time?
That was the first time I found out.
Okay. When did you find out?
Well, during that message that they're living in their car, I had no idea.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Gendron. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel will have a few. Okay.
You may sit down.
Thank you.
We'd ask for the witness to be excused, please. Your Honor.
You may be excused.
And I don't know why the hell the audio is so low. Okay, so this, I believe, is going to be the tow truck driver. We'll find out for sure in a minute. Again, I haven't been able to fully watch the trial, so that's why we're doing this now.
Mr. Sweeney, as we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead and state your full name, spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Aaron Sweeney, AARON SWEENEY.
And Mr. Sweeney, what city do you currently reside in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
Okay. How long have you been living here?
Since second grade, so a long time.
Long time. Okay. And are you currently working?
Yes.
And where do you work?
BJ's, right here in Manchester.
And what shift do you work for BJ's?
Third shift.
Okay, so let me ask you, it's about 9:55. How long have you been up?
I actually called out last night.
Okay.
To make sure I got sleep.
That's why I just want to make sure that you did get a good night's sleep.
Yep.
Okay. If for any reason you need me to restate your question or any lawyer to restate a question, just let us know and we'll be glad to do it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. With regards to your work for BJ's, how long have you been working for them?
Almost a year.
Year. And prior to that, back in 2019, what sort of job did you have back then?
I believe that's when I was towing.
Okay. And were you towing for a company called Auto City Towing?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to ask you about a particular tow back on December 7th of 2019 at the intersection of Webster and Elm Street around 12:52 in the afternoon. Do you remember that tow?
A little bit, not fully.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, when you go ahead and you tow a car, can you kind of explain to the jury what sort of procedures that you go through when you're making a tow?
Our office just calls one of the drivers and we're handed a piece of paper saying where we're going and what it's for. And then we just proceed to the location.
What about when it's a vehicle that has broken down? Is there a way that Manchester Police Department might dispatch you out for a tow?
Yeah, they call our tow company and then our guy at the front desk dispatches us out, unless the individual themselves call for a tow.
Do you end up making contact with the police department before you go to the tow?
No.
Just go straight from there.
Go straight to our front desk and then we're handed a piece of paper and then we go right to the scene.
When you get to a scene for a tow, what are some of the very first things that you do, just generally?
Just contact whatever vehicle's involved and find out what's going on and where it's going.
And from there, when you do have to use a tow, what kind of tow truck are we talking about?
Flatbed. So
Flatbed?
ones, yeah.
And could you go ahead and please explain to the jury what's the process you have to go through to put a car onto a flatbed as compared to, say, putting on a car where you're just kind of putting two wheels up and the back two wheels are rolling?
We just get in a good spot, we hook it up and then we pull it up. That's it, really.
And what about when you have to do documentation of this tow? How do you document the tow that you're doing?
We have a separate tow slip like the drivers use and we just write like general information on it.
I'd like to go ahead and show you State Exhibit 3D and 3C. Just one, please. Go ahead and show you what's Mark States Exhibit 3D for identification purposes only. And I'd also like to show you what is page 6 of what's Mark States Exhibit 3C for identification purposes only. And just have you take a look at those two documents for a moment, please. Okay, do you recognize them?
Yes.
Okay, and let's go ahead and start with State's Exhibit, page 6 of State's Exhibit 3C. How do you recognize that?
This is the tow slip that the drivers fill out.
So if you did a tow, is that the slip that you would fill out?
Yep.
And what about State's Exhibit 3B for identification purposes? What's that?
This is what is typed out by the gentleman at the front desk.
Front desk.
Obviously.
Oh, obviously.
Yep.
So that's not something that you yourself fill out?
No.
With regards to page 6 of State's Exhibit 3C, on that particular one, who fills out that information?
I do.
And when do you fill that?
We fill out just a very little bit before the tow. Once we get to the tow, we can fill out more, or if we have to, we fill it out once we get back to the lot.
And by the time that you are done with that tow, when you drop the car back off at the lot, at that point, you have to have the rest of that filled out.
Yep. So the rest of this is filled out, and then we give it back to the gentleman who types out the other one.
And with regards to, other than the fact that if you look at State's Exhibit 3C, page 6, other than the fact that it's obviously not on the original paper, it's been photocopied, do you notice any other sort of changes or alterations from when you would have filled that out?
No.
Do you recognize your initials down there?
Yes.
And did you fill this one out?
Yes.
At this point in time, Your Honor, I'm going to take these back into the officer. The state is going to move page 6 of State's Exhibit 3C. We move for identification, page 6, and to make the child exhibit 3C, 3C1.
The objection?
To page 6. So should it, if the exhibit is more than one page, should it be a separate exhibit, like 3D? Maybe, Greg?
Hopefully we don't have a whole bunch of these sidebars. Thank you for anybody that's still here hanging out with us.
Mr. Smith, I just want to show you that page 6 from State's Exhibit 3, and then I'm going to show you, excuse me, 3C, and I'm also going to show you State's Exhibit 3A for identification. Are those the same tow slips?
Yes.
And again, other than the fact that this one's a little bit easier to read and with a red sticker, any other sort of changes or alterations between those two?
No.
Thank you very much. At this point, my state mystery, strike ID from State's Exhibit 3A.
No objection. All right. The ID is stricken on 3A. It is entered as a full exhibit.
Mr. Sweeney, what I'd like to do is to go ahead and give this to you to have right there, and permission to publish it.
Any objection?
No objection.
Yes, you may.
And Mr. Sweeney, I'm going to go ahead and have you be able to look at that photocopy up close. We're also going to have a projector on the screen behind you. Let's ask you a couple of questions about the different sections.
Okay.
The information filled out. So, Mr. Sweeney, if you just turn around just for the briefest of moments, and is that a copy of State's Exhibit 3A that you have in front of you?
Yes.
Fair to say it's kind of hard to read at that size, isn't it? Is it easier on the paper?
Yeah, I can read it.
Well, I'd like to go ahead and kind of go through a little bit of the information that you filled out on this form, and you can tell us a little bit more about the tow. First of all, where did you go to make this tow?
Corner of Webster and Elm.
On the corner of Webster and Elm?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you ended up towing the car initially, did you bring it straight back to the lot, or did you bring it somewhere else first?
I brought it over to the gas station that was on that same corner.
Would that be Budget Gas right on the corner?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you bring it there before bringing it back to the lot?
So they can get some things out of their car.
Do you always do that?
Only if it's safe enough, or if there's a safe enough area to do it, I will. If not, I just direct them to come back to the shop.
When you were there, where did you park in the gas station parking lot?
Just close to Elm Street, like out of the way of the pumps.
Right. And at that point, did you allow some people to get some stuff out?
Yes.
Okay. Who got material out of the car?
I just only remember two gentlemen.
Two gentlemen?
Yeah.
Okay. Excuse me. And once you've towed a car for somebody to get things out of it, what do you have to do? Do they just kind of climb up the side of the truck, or?
No. So what I did was I extended the bed back out and I tilted it down so they can go up the ramp.
Okay. And then did you see the two people do that? Get things out of the car. Where did they put those things?
In another car.
Do you remember what that other car looked like?
No.
And the two men that you saw do this, do you remember what they looked like?
No.
What kinds of things did you see get taken out of the car? Do you recall?
I don't remember. Typically, when people clean out their car, like especially on the side of the road, I just stay by my truck, give them space.
Okay.
I periodically look over to see if they're done.
And once they were finished, where did you bring this car?
Back to our lot at Auto City.
So let me ask you, with regards to the car itself, what kind of car was it that you towed?
A Sebring, as the slip says.
Okay. And let me ask again, you filled out this slip on the day of, is that correct? So fair to say that the information was fresh in your mind while you were there doing this?
Yes.
Right. And for the different areas that you might not know right off the top of your head, somebody's phone number, somebody's home address, how do you get that information?
If the person who's driving the vehicle is there, I just ask them.
Okay. When you fill the slip out, where does it go once you get done with it?
It goes to the gentleman at the front desk, and then he does whatever he has to do with it.
And let me ask, is that you earlier looked at State's Exhibit 3B? Is that you said that was a type-up version?
Yeah.
Is that where this information will go?
Yes.
What is some of the information in general? I'll ask you about specifics in a minute, but in general, what is some of the information that you record?
Just the VIN number, the make, the model.
Okay. VIN number. So is that a vehicle identification number?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also record things like mileage?
Nope.
Okay. Do you record a reason to make this tow?
Yes.
And what about your own mileage and going to make a tow? Is that important to record?
Yeah, we've always been told like the mileage from the start of the tow until we get back to our lot.
So what I'd like to do now is go through the different sections of the tow slip with you on States Exhibit 3A and have you explain what we're looking at and the information you filled in that day. All right?
Okay.
Okay. I'd like to go ahead and start focusing on the very top section there. Could you go ahead and just tell us what's the time that you made this tow?
12:52.
Okay. Morning or afternoon?
Afternoon.
Okay. And who was it that had requested the tow?
Manchester PD.
Is that typical?
Yeah, it's normal.
All right. What was the reason that you were towing the car?
Disabled vehicle.
And the intersection itself, could you say where that was?
Webster and Elm Street.
Pardon me. Where did you bring the car to?
Auto City.
Where's their tow lot?
It's on Commercial Street. It's right in the same building
Okay.
as our office.
Same building as your office?
Yeah.
Okay. If you could go through as well the information of the owner of the car, the driver. Who do you get that from?
The driver, if they're there.
And what information did you write down in this report?
Adam Montgomery.
What address did he give you?
77 Guilford Street.
And this information would have come from him?
Yes.
All right. Next area I'd like to ask you about is a phone number. Did you get any phone number to contact him on?
No.
Did you ask for one, or would you have asked for one?
We usually ask for one, and if they don't give us it, then we don't expect them to come back
Don't expect them to come back. What does that mean?
for the car.
At that point, it's believed that the car's going to be abandoned?
Yeah, that's what we assume.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you about some of the other information. The information that you write down about the car itself? I know you said the VIN number. Can we see that on the tow form?
Yes.
Okay. And what about the year of the car, the make of the car?
That is on there as well.
Okay. And could you again just give us the year, the make, and the model of car?
2010 Chrysler Sebring, silver.
Okay. Was there a license plate on this car?
Yes.
And what license plate was there?
4368206.
Was that a New Hampshire plate?
Yeah.
Right. And the color of the car? What was the color?
Silver.
All right. I see that there was something else that was initially written and then crossed out.
Yep, blue.
Okay. Who would have done that cross out?
Me.
All right. Looking at some of the other information on this, I believe you just read the license plate for us. Is the VIN number on there as well?
Yes.
All right. And could you go ahead and read the VIN number for us, please?
1C, 3C, C, 5F, B1, AN, 137502.
Thank you. I'd like to talk about the mileage that you write down. Is that your mileage?
Was a service, right where it says mileage and service time?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So that's not the car's mileage. All right. And the service times. What are the two times that you put down?
12:52 is when I left, and 1:39 is when I got back.
Okay. And when you say left, left where?
Left the lot.
Left the lot. Oh, left the lot to go make the tow.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And then separate from that section, I'd like to ask about the reasons. What were the reasons that you checked off for why you were towing the car?
Just it was disabled and the type of truck that we have.
One of the last sections I'd like to ask about this particular slip is in your remarks section. You wrote two things. Could you please read those for us?
No registration and no phone.
Okay. And when you say no registration, would you have asked for registration?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that a normal part of your practice when you make a tow?
Yes, it's just to get the most accurate information on the vehicle itself.
Okay. And about the phone number, same thing?
Same thing.
Right. Finally, you're the tow driver on this car, correct?
Yes.
All right. And did you go ahead and write down your initials on that?
Yep.
Okay. What were your initials?
AS.
If you could just go ahead and look at the screen behind you for a moment, can you show us, just point generally where your initials are?
Right there it says tow driver.
Okay. Thank you. Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Mr. Sweeney, I know that you stated that when you made this tow, there were two male individuals that helped get things out of the car. Let me ask you, when you were making this tow, did you see any children at all?
No.
None whatsoever?
Nope.
All right. Thank you. I don't have any further questions for you, Mr. Sweeney. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
I do, Mr. Sweeney. My name's Caroline Smith. How are you?
Doing pretty good.
So the car was about 20 years old?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you respond to that location, is Manchester PD still there?
Typically, yeah.
Okay. Because once a car is disabled, especially in a busy intersection, they want to make sure people are moving around pretty safe, right? And your flatbed actually has to go a little bit into the intersection to put the car on the flatbed, right?
Yeah, depending on the angle of the car.
Okay. And if a car is parked straight as if going straight through a traffic light, that's the kind of thing that you would get straight in front of it to put it on the flatbed?
Yep.
Okay. And was the car unlocked?
I think so. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you go in to like make sure the brakes aren't on or anything like that before you tow?
Nope.
Okay. With the flatbed, you can just lift it up?
We pull it up with a tow cable.
Okay. And you don't check to make sure the parking brake's off?
Nope.
Okay. Fair to say that you probably were there within 20 minutes of when that car broke down?
Yeah.
Okay. And you drove over to, so the two guys that came up to get stuff out of the car, was the car already on the flatbed at that point?
Yeah.
And they came over and asked you if they could get some stuff out?
Yeah.
And you said, well, I got to get out of here. I'll pull over to the budget.
Yeah.
And then you stand aside and they go through the car and get stuff?
Yep.
Might be going through the front of the car?
They go wherever they can get access to.
Okay. And it was not locked, right?
No.
Didn't anybody give you the keys to the car?
Either they were in the ignition or they were handed to me, but I honestly don't remember.
You did have the keys though?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you give them back for when they were going through the car, or did they give you the keys after they went through the car?
I don't remember.
Okay. Thank you.
Just briefly, Your Honor, Mr. Sweeney, you asked a moment ago in regards to how long the car had been there, for maybe about 20 minutes. Do you know how long the car had been there in terms, you said that 20 minutes. Where does that number come from?
Yeah, just by the time we get the call and I get to the scene.
Do you know what time Manchester would have found that car, or then turned around the time between that and sending the note over to you guys to do the tow?
I have no idea. Basically, once the police get to that particular scene, they just call us, or they call somebody.
So you know the time when you got dispatched?
Yeah.
But not necessarily what happened.
Yep.
Any follow-up?
When a car's broken down at a busy intersection, you try and get out there pretty quick, right?
Yeah.
Because that's a dangerous situation, right?
Yeah.
And so for a dangerous situation, things happen pretty quick.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
You may step down. Any objection to his being excused?
May I have him on call?
Yes. So you'll advise the witness. Counsel approach.
Thank you, Your Honor.
To.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tim called specifically Mr. Joseph Tucker to the stand.
Be careful of the wires as you're walking through.
Mr. Tucker, if you would please go ahead and take the witness stand and remain standing when you get there, sir. There we go. And Mr. Tucker, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat. Mr. Tucker, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and last name for the record?
Yes, sir. Joseph Tucker, Joseph, and Tucker.
Okay. And Mr. Tucker, are you currently employed?
I am, yes, sir.
Okay. And where do you work?
The Catholic Medical Center.
How long have you been working for them?
I just started back up in January.
Okay. And what do you do for them?
I'm the cybersecurity manager.
And prior to working for Catholic Medical Center as the cybersecurity manager, where did you work?
Solution Health.
Solution Health?
Health.
Health. Okay. And what was the time that you were working for them?
April 2022 until January of 2023.
And prior to that, and I will ask you to just, if you can even move a little bit closer to the microphone, I'll have you speak up just a little bit so I can hear you. Thank you. With regards to working for Secure Health, before that, where did you work?
Manchester Police Department, sir.
And again, I'm going to have you just kind of keep your voice up a little bit if you can. I'm sorry. How long did you work for the Manchester Police Department?
Since 2015, so 8 years-ish.
Roughly that long?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you working there in January of 2022?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about when you were a Manchester police officer. First of all, were you a full-time certified officer?
I was, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you graduate from the New Hampshire State Police Training Academy?
I did, yes, sir.
When was that?
2012.
Around 2012?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember your academy class number?
163.
163. All right. And let me ask you, with regards to your work with Manchester Police Department, were there any other sort of law enforcement jobs that you had prior to that?
I worked for the Laconia Police Department before I went to Manchester.
How long in Laconia?
2012 to 2015.
2012 to 2015, and then Manchester from 2015 to 2022?
Yes, sir. I did. I retired full time from Manchester PD, and then I did about a year as a reserve officer working in like cybercrime.
Okay.
So I don't know if you include that.
Okay. Yep. That's what I'm asking about, is all your experience there. With regards to your different duties in the Manchester Police Department, could you explain to us some of the different units that you worked at, different assignments that you had prior to you working in areas of being a detective?
Yes, sir. I worked in patrol. I worked midnights for all 3 shifts, midnights 4 to 12 day shift. I had a K9 Saber. We were primarily on 4 to 12. I helped create the drone unit, so I was for the drone unit, and then went up to detectives at that point, sir. Yes, sir.
As a detective, what were some of your responsibilities and duties?
I was fortunate enough. I was a cross between general detectives and then also the cybercrime unit. So I assisted in both like digital cases, ICAC tips, cybercrime tips, and then I also did general caseload for detectives.
General caseload, what was that?
Anything from financial crimes, fraud, homicides, violent crimes. Sure.
How long did you do that?
I believe I went up in detectives in 2021.
2021.
Yes, sir.
Separate from that, in detectives, did you have any work in doing processing, specifically looking at physical items, to see if there's any evidence on it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in January of 2022, were you asked to assist other officers in doing a search of a 2010 Chrysler Sebring with New Hampshire registration 436-8206?
Yes, sir.
Where was that search done?
At the Manchester Police Department, and we have a vehicle processing bay, which is right outside of where the Sally Port is.
I imagine we might hear some testimony later on about this bay. So could you go ahead and describe it for the jury, please?
Sure. The bay itself, you can only access it from the secured back lot where we park most of the police vehicles. There is a 2 garage Sally Port. The left side used to have like tactical vehicles, and then the right side is where we would drop prisoners off or transport prisoners. Just to the right of that is a single bay garage door that opens up, and then there's also a side door to access it. Both are secure. You need your ID has to get in, and then inside of that bay, it could probably fit a full size pickup if you took the pickup and went sideways. But
so it's a good size garage.
Yeah, and then we had tools in there for disassembling vehicles, and then we had evidence supplies down there. So if it was inclement weather or it was a long search, you could utilize the bay.
Let me ask you, what was your role during this search of this 2010 Chrysler Sebring with the New Hampshire registration 4368206?
I was Detective O'Leary. He's now Sergeant O'Leary. He was we joke around calling him the incident commander, but he was the guy that was in charge of all the crime scene processing. So I was more or less there to assist him.
And what were some of the things that you did to assist him, just generally?
Generally, collecting of evidence items, the log, if there was any pictures, we were blue starring, which is a process to try to obtain any blood samples from the vehicle. So it sounds silly, but you have to turn the lights off for that. So I was a light guy, things like that.
The light guy, so literally turn the lights off, turn the lights on?
Yeah, and then you'd have to set the camera for 30 seconds, 60 seconds exposure to take the photo. So I would have a flashlight just so we could still navigate a little bit without the direct light.
So were you the one administering the blue star, or that was somebody else?
That was Detective O'Leary.
All right. Let me ask you, what roles do initials play at the Manchester Police Department when you're labeling evidence?
Generally speaking, when I initialed something, it was an item that I collected.
Okay. And what were your initials?
JMT.
So if you collected an item today, if you're going to collect this tissue box, and this was going to be an item of evidence that you went ahead and entered in at the Manchester Police Department, how would you have labeled this? If this is your first item of the day?
Sure. The box itself would have been JMT1, and then any items inside the box, like tissues, would be JMT1-A-B, and subsequently.
Okay. Oh, I could see that. So something like, let's say,
a backpack,
like a backpack.
JMT1, and then if you have an item in the backpack, you want a 1A, signifying that item A came from 1.
When you were assisting in doing the search of this car, were there other officers there to help you as well, besides just yourself and Sergeant O'Leary?
Initially, there was a lot of in and out, a lot of people checking in.
All right. And with regards to the items of physical items, of potential evidence that you collected, do you remember how many that you directly took and initialed in the way that you just described for us?
8.
8.
Yes, sir.
So that would have been what, JMT 1 through JMT 8?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was one of those JMT 7 a pink toothbrush?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Jeffrey, I'd like to go ahead and take a couple photographs. Maybe look through all of them, and then afterwards I'll probably have a couple questions for you.
Yes, sir.
First, I'd like to go ahead and show you what's been marked States Exhibits 4 through 10. And then separate from that, I'd like to go ahead and show you what's been marked States Exhibits 104 through 106. At this point, I'll leave it for identification. And take your time. I know this is What's that, Mr. Tucker?
Yes, sir.
Generally, in regards to photographs, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir.
What are they photographs of?
This photograph.
Yes, sir. Let me go ahead and I can assist you on it. With regards to, let's go ahead and start with States Exhibit 10. What's that a photo of?
This is the photo.
I'm just going to keep it down low. We haven't published it yet. So
Sorry.
let me ask you this. I'll just go one at a time. For States Exhibit 10, do you recognize this? I'm sorry. Hold this. ID upside down. States Exhibit 5, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is that photograph of?
It's the evidence processing bay that I was describing earlier with the silver Chrysler Sebring in there.
The one that you searched?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And other than the fact that it has a red sticker on it, does that picture show the car as it appeared to you at different times during your search of the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll put that one to the side for right now. Separate from that, I'd like to go ahead and ask you about States Exhibit 4 on this particular one. Do you recognize that photograph?
No.
Okay. With regards to that particular vehicle, do you recognize the vehicle?
It looks like the same vehicle, but without seeing the back, it's hard to say.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, I'm going to direct your attention to the top right-hand side of the windshield on that particular vehicle, and then have you make a comparison with
I'm
regards
sorry, I can't hear it from you guys.
Okay.
Sure. I apologize. Officer Tucker, what I'd like to do is have you go ahead and look, if you would please, the top left-hand side of the windshield on States Exhibit 4 in comparison to 10, and look at the two windshields again as a comparison between the two.
Yes, sir. Same numbers.
Okay. And with regards to, also, I'm going to have you look at the lower left part of that windshield underneath the hood on States Exhibit 4 and compare it to the lower left part of the windshield on States Exhibit 10.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And other than that, those particular numbers match?
Yes, sir.
If you could please ask you about the next exhibit. Yep. Going to this exhibit, States Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you recognize it to be?
It's the same vehicle, but it's the driver's side, front and rear of the vehicle, but the doors have been removed.
The doors have been removed?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you, when you were searching this car initially, was there anything that was inside the car?
Yeah, like all the car parts and stuff, sir.
All the car parts?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me have you, are those reflected in that photograph?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you could go to the next photo then. I'm referring to States Exhibit, excuse me, is it? Upside down, I apologize. States Exhibit 7. For States Exhibit 7, do you recognize that photo?
Yes, sir.
What is a photo of?
The front of the vehicle, the driver's seat, passenger seat, but looking in on the driver's seat.
So looking in the driver's seat. So where the steering wheel is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does that photo show the car as you saw it when you were searching the car?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you could go to the next exhibit, please. It should be States Exhibit 8.
Yes, sir.
What's that a photograph of?
Same context, except from the passenger or from the driver's front, it's the driver's rear.
All right. So move from so right behind the driver's seat. Okay. And does that photograph also accurately reflect the vehicle as you saw it the day that you helped out the search?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the next photograph. And that particular one states Exhibit 9, I believe?
Yes, sir.
All right, what's that photograph of?
It's the trunk of the vehicle, sir.
The trunk of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
If you could please, I'd like to direct your attention from 9 and also direct it to States Exhibit 103, 4. Have you look at those two? Do you recognize, let's start with States Exhibit 103. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, sir.
What's that photo of?
It's the trunk of the vehicle, but with more items in it.
Okay. Is that how the vehicle initially appeared, or did you fill it with items, or did you empty it from items?
No, we emptied it, sir.
Okay. And does it also show the registration for the car there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. States Exhibit, the next one there should be 104.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is that photo of?
Just another close-up of the trunk area with all the items in it.
Okay. What kind of items are they?
It's like steering components. Looks like the front CV shaft and maybe a cross member.
Okay. A cross member?
Yeah, like the front frame, not the cross member.
Oh, okay. Okay. Working our way around the car, I'd ask you to look at States Exhibit 105 and see, tell us a little bit about that particular photo. What's that photo of?
The right rear, the passenger side rear, with the door open, looking in.
Did it also have car parts in it, that side of the car?
Yes, sir.
Can you see that in the photograph?
Yes, sir.
And is that accurate from when you saw it, when you helped with the search?
Yes, sir.
And if you could go to the next smaller exhibit there, yes. This
106.
106. What's that a photograph of?
The passenger front seat.
So now we've worked our way around the car to the passenger front seat?
Yes, sir. Right front.
And does that appear as you saw it when you helped do the search?
Yes, sir.
What were some of the items that were in that seat?
More car parts, broken glass, snow, just trash.
And does that accurately reflect how it appeared when you did the search?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. One last question for you, separate from these. The last one I believe that we haven't talked about with regards is States Exhibit 10. Could you tell us what that's a photograph of?
Pink toothbrush.
Okay. And do you recognize that toothbrush?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How do you recognize it?
It was in the back of the Sebring, sir.
Okay. In the back of this car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that a toothbrush that you seized and put into evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember what was the initials that you gave for that one?
JMT7.
JMT7. Yes. Okay. Thank you. With regards to the photograph, does it look, other than the fact that it has a red label on it and somebody on that photograph has put their initials, other than that, any sort of changes or alterations to it from how you remember it looking when you collected it?
No, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, the state, take these back, please. The state will move to go ahead and start the investigation, specifically from States Exhibits 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, as well as from States Exhibits 104, 105, 106, and to 103, 104, 105, 106.
Any objection?
No objection to the 100s, and no objection to 4 through 9. I thought I heard something about 11.
Specifically 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
I think 10 may already be, but we would have no objection to it being here.
So no objection, other than 11, which wasn't shown. So those can all be marked as full exhibits. The ID can be stricken.
What I'm going to do in a moment is I'd like to give these photographs back to you to be able to have them up close, but I'd like to also project them on the screen on you. So feel free to look either at what is in front of you or what is behind you. Does that matter? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Looks like this is a
So
natural
we're gonna
breaking time, so
approach again.
we'll take our 15-minute mid-morning break now. I remind you to
take a
discuss the
break.
case with each other.
So
If
we're
anyone
gonna
else don't do any
skip through the
independent research,
break.
we'll see you in about 15 minutes. It's my
We're
hope that
not
this will
gonna
actually
sit through the break.
take a break.
Oh, I think right here's a good space. Just getting everything situated again. And I think Nightbot went back to sleep.
All right, so the jury.
Please be seated. No, you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Tucker, I had gone through a series of photographs with you just before we took our mid-morning break. Do you see that same stack of photographs in front of you now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, what I'm going to do is I'd like to be able to ask you questions about these photos, and I'll go in roughly that order, and be able to, you can either look at the photographs in front of you or feel free to look at the screen behind you, whichever one's going to be easier. And I've got a series of questions for you about how you conducted the search and the appearance of the car. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'd like to go ahead and start with States Exhibit 103, and I wondered if you could go ahead and describe this photograph for us.
Yes, sir. This is the trunk of the Sebring with the car parts in it.
Okay. And you said the car parts in it. Could you just kind of generally point with your hands where those are again?
Yeah, this is all part of the car parts.
And do you know where those car parts came from?
I believe they came from the front of the vehicle.
Okay.
I believe that's like a CV shaft. It has to do with power for the wheels in the front of the vehicle, but I'm not a mechanic.
Okay. And with regards to the license plate, can we see the license plate on the car?
Yes, sir.
And could you read the license plate for us?
436-8206.
Moving around to States Exhibit 5, what are we looking at here?
That's the front of the vehicle, specifically the driver's side.
And is this also, again, how the car looked that day when you searched it?
Yes, sir.
And so I guess from that question, is this the bay that we were talking about, the evidence bay that you can do the search in?
Yes.
Okay. I can't help but notice it doesn't have a wheel. Did it have any wheels?
No, I don't think it did, sir.
Okay.
But I wasn't there when they took it from the junkyard. This is the first time I saw it. Was I came into work and was instructed to go down and help Detective O'Leary.
All right.
Sir, I'm gonna need you to speak. Maybe slide your chair over a little
Yes,
so that you're speaking into the microphone.
Yes,
This
sorry.
is recorded, and we do need to get your voice. Thank you.
Yes.
We see this a lot. Poor audio.
To
Of
look
course,
on
he
the
does an
windshield
amazing
specifically
job.
of the car, and we talked a little bit about it. I'd like to switch now to State's Exhibit 4. This particular car, is this the car, that the photo that I had you make a comparison of that windshield?
Yes, sir.
All right. And showing State's Exhibit 5 and 4 together, 4 being on the bottom and 5 being on the top. Do you remember the letters and the numbers that I had you point to in the top right-hand corner of the windshield?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do we have those both highlighted here on the screen?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember me asking the question about the numbers indicated on the lower left-hand side of the windshields?
Yes, sir.
And do we have those also highlighted here on the screen?
Yes, sir.
So with regards to this car, we're looking at the same car here between these two photos, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Working our way around the car, and I'd like to go ahead and kind of move in a counterclockwise fashion from looking at the hood. Moving now around to the driver's side. Can you go ahead and point out for us, when you said that there were car parts in the car, show us where those car parts are, and do you recognize any of those parts?
Yes, sir. So the driver's seat, these are car parts, and then the back passenger seat had more car parts in them.
Okay.
And then obviously the floorboard.
And the floorboard as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. With regards to those car parts, let's go ahead and kind of zoom in, if we would, to the passenger area, excuse me, to the driver's seat. So zooming in to that same photograph here of State's Exhibit 6. Can you see those car parts a little bit better?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to go directly to one seat and then the other. So if we could start with the driver's seat, looking at State's Exhibit 7. Can you point out where some of these parts are that you're talking about?
Sure. Yes, sir. This looks like the bezel, which would go up here where you're looking at your instruments.
Mhm.
These look like some underbody parts, like that might be a suspension component, but again, I'm not 100%, but they're definitely car parts.
Okay. And moving to State's Exhibit 8, if we go into the back seat, right behind the driver's seat, what are we looking at here?
More car parts, sir.
Okay.
This looks like it might be usually an air filter box, not 100%, and then this looks like it might be a fender well, like up in the air fender.
Okay. And is it fair to say from seeing here, we don't see a driver's side rear tire as well?
No, sir.
Moving now kind of to the trunk area, if you could, I'd like to go back to State's Exhibit 103. You already identified this photo for us as being that particular trunk of the Chrysler Sebring with the car parts in it. I'd like to, if you could, describe for the jury as we look at specifically State's Exhibit 104, what was the condition of these parts that you were looking at?
Just like that, they look like car parts. I mean, I didn't take the car parts out and see if they fit the car, but I assume that they belonged to the vehicle.
Was there generally, were there any kind of fluids that were coming from any of these parts that you noticed?
Not in the trunk, but there was a liner, so it's hard to say.
Okay. What about in other areas of the car?
Yes.
There were?
Yeah, I believe so. Like the passenger seat, I think the right front had like wetness.
Okay. So I really need you to keep
Yes,
your
ma'am.
voice up. It's a big room and everybody needs to hear
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Sorry.
Thank you.
I believe the right front area had wetness.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'm going to zoom in. Did you help remove these parts from the vehicle to help do the search?
Yes, sir.
Where did they go?
I think we laid out a piece of big parchment paper, like brown, with the same material, like a Hannaford's bag, like when you go to the grocery store and you get paper bags.
Yes.
Just a big roll of that. We laid it out, and they go on that roll.
Okay. Did you help, or did you watch as the car parts got emptied from the trunk?
I helped, I believe, yeah.
Okay. And I'd like to show you now State's Exhibit 9. Zooming in on this portion of State's Exhibit 104 in the back corner. Can you tell if there's any particular of a color that's in that photo?
Color, sir?
Yeah, any color that doesn't look like a car part. And feel free to use the screen or the photograph if you wish.
Are you referencing like the kind of light blue?
Look like blue to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Once you emptied out the car, were you able to see what that light blue thing was as we look at State's Exhibit 9?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was it?
A t-shirt.
A t-shirt?
Yes, sir.
Right. Just and with that trunk emptied, excuse me, apologize. With that trunk emptied, were you able to look farther to the back of the trunk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And from there, what were the different items that you saw?
I think it was all clothing, and then the toothbrush. You can see a little bit of it right there.
Right where?
Right here, sir.
And that's inside that circle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you able to see it? So you can see it here from the photo, I take it. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. Zooming in on State's Exhibit 9, can you show us again where it is that you see it?
Yes, sir. Right here.
Right there?
Yes, sir.
Then showing again State's Exhibit 10. This is the toothbrush that you recovered from that trunk?
Yes, sir.
On that toothbrush, you testified earlier on in direct that it was identified that you logged in as JMT7, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The handy which we marked State's Exhibit 66 for identification purposes only. Just go ahead and look at the label and peel the bag. Do you recognize that particular packaging as well as?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is that packaging? How do you recognize that?
It's the brown bag that I placed it into.
And does it have your initials on it, JMT7?
Yes, sir.
At this point, I'm going to borrow a pair of scissors over the way to do that. So, Tucker, since we are talking about a toothbrush, I wonder if you would be willing to put on a pair of gloves for us, be able to open that bag. And then putting on the second glove. Can you please tell the jury why?
So most of the time when you're processing crime scenes, there's a lot of evidence, and you put on a fresh pair of gloves every time you collect the evidence. And if you don't have double gloves, your hands become very sweaty. It becomes very difficult to put on a fresh pair of gloves. So it's just easier, especially if you're doing blood swabs and things of that nature. But I was always taught, so that's how I do it. Yes, sir.
Please go ahead and use those scissors to open up.
Do you have a preference on where?
I would say, please go ahead and cut in an area where there isn't a label.
Okay.
On the slide. taking the item out of the package, looking at this. You recognize this one?
Yes, sir.
What do you recognize?
The toothbrush from the vehicle.
Without objection.
All right, the ID is stricken and it is entered as a full exhibit.
Mr. Tucker, would you please go ahead and show us the toothbrush? And
For the purpose of,
just to be able to show both sides of the toothbrush, I don't know that there's the back, they're able to see both sides.
yes, you may do
See
that.
the front, but they can't see the back.
That's fine.
Blood pressure right now. You can see the front of the toothbrush on the states exhibit 9. I wondered if you would please go ahead and show the toothbrush goes to the front, and also turn around and show all sides slowly so that all the viewers can see. And if you could please turn it around to the back so that the viewers can see the back of the toothbrush. Thank you, Mr. Tucker. If you could please retake the stand. And Mr. Tucker, one hold the bag again. You can go ahead and place that back in there. Hold on just a moment. That's the only item we would ask you to look at, so I'm going to go. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Tucker, moving on around the car, out of the trunk now. I'd like to go over towards the passenger side, if we could. We'll start with the rear passenger side. Looking at State's Exhibit 105 here, can you describe what we can see in this photograph?
Yes, sir. More car parts on the seat, and then some trash items, and it's like a water bottle on the passenger side floorboard.
And I see here that we've got a door on the side.
Yes, sir.
All right. And on the previous side, on the driver's side, were there any doors there?
No, sir.
Moving on from this particular one then to State's 106, could you please describe what we're seeing here and what part of the car?
It's the right front, the passenger side front. Looks like the headlight is on the floorboard, and maybe a reservoir for like washer fluid, something of that nature, and some snow.
And some snow. Can you point out where the snow is?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And that headlight, the reservoir, the snow, all of those were there when you saw the car in that garage bay, correct?
Yes, sir.
None of those were placed there by officers to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Let me ask you, with regards to some of the other evidence that you looked at and collected on this particular item, this particular car, separate from the toothbrush, were there also a series of swabs that you took in the trunk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many of those swabs did you take?
4.
4? And how were those labeled? Your initials again?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was just 1, 2, 3, 4? Or?
Yes, sir. JMT 1, 2, 3, 4.
4. Those particular swabs, could you go ahead and describe for the jury how you collected swabs? You talked about it a moment ago when you showed us how instinctually you use 2 gloves. When you do these swabs in the trunk, how do you collect those?
So for swabs, when it comes to blood, if it's not wet, so if the blood's not wet or the material's not wet, urine, whatever it is, if it's dry, we have sterile water. We take it, we pour it into the cap.
Mm-hmm.
Each cotton swab contains 2 in the package, the container. So you glove up. Usually, I would write all the details on the box. There was a little cotton swab box, so I'd write. It's folded. You assemble it, so it's easier to write on it before. So you write JMT1, set it up, date time, all the information. Put on your gloves, do the water, get everything ready. And then at that time, because we were using Blue Star in the trunk, there was kind of like a limited amount of time because you have to have the lights off to see the area that you're going to collect. So you'd spray the Blue Star, it would illuminate, you could see that area, and then you had to turn the lights on and collect it. So I was there waiting ready with the swab ready to go.
I see. So to make sure I understand this right, you're not necessarily ministering the Blue Star, but you've got the swabs that you've opened up. Are each one of these swabs, the water that you put together, the boxes, are each one of those sterile before you open them to take a swab?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that also very important for you for taking a swab, to double glove and to make sure you're using sterile materials?
Yes.
Those 4 swabs and the toothbrush, are you aware whether or not those were sent on to a laboratory for examination?
I believe the toothbrush was,
okay.
But I wasn't aware at the time. I assumed everything that we were doing was going to end up at a lab.
We can have just a moment, please, Your Honor. Mr. Tucker, I've got one last question I want to ask you. The trunk liner itself, with regards to the 4 swabs that were taken, did you also collect, I believe you said at the very beginning there were 8 evidence items that you took. Could you please tell us what JMT8 was? What was the last thing that you cut out?
I don't remember.
Okay. If you had a chance to look at a report written from the search that day, do you think that might refresh your recollection as to what the 8th item was?
Yes, sir.
I didn't realize.
Mr. Tucker, I'm going to go ahead and hand you a copy of what's been marked, just a base stamp page 111. I'm going to direct your attention down about
I'm going to need you to raise your voice so everybody can hear you, please.
Apologize. Mr. Tucker, I'm going to go ahead and hand you what's been marked Discovery page 111. I'm going to direct your attention down to the bottom page. First of all, after having a chance to read through that document, I'm going to ask, is that a write-up of what the search was that you were a part of for these photographs and for your taking of evidence?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to have my question for you is going to be, what was the eighth and last thing that you collected? I'm going to have you said you didn't remember. I'm going to let you go ahead and refresh your recollection. If it's refreshed, let me know. Just look up when you're done.
Yes, sir. It was part of,
Oh, I'll take that back.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. That's all right. And do you recall now what JMT8 was, that last thing?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
Piece of the trunk liner.
Piece of the trunk line?
Yes, sir.
So, and how did you get or create, recover that piece of the trunk line?
We cut it.
You cut it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you use to cut it?
I don't remember.
And then after it was cut, first of all, you have shown us what you do with gloves and try to present and collect things in a sterile manner. Would you have done that for trying to collect what JMT8 was, the cutting of the trunk liner?
Yes, sir.
And would you have logged it into evidence the same way you did the other ones, JMT 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Tucker, I don't have any further questions for you. I believe the defense counsel will have a few. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Detective. I don't believe we've met, but I'm Jamie Brooks with Public Defender, and I represent Mr. Montgomery. I'm also going to ask you some questions about that search you conducted with then Detective, now Sergeant O'Leary. You
Yes, sir.
understand?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And this search was on January 1st. Your participation in the search was on January 1st, 2022.
Yes, sir.
And it was the Chrysler Sebring, right?
Yes, sir.
And it was already in the Manchester Police Department bay when you saw it.
Yes, sir.
The pictures that were shown showed what were like the guts or the parts of the vehicle inside, right?
Yes, sir.
But eventually, those items were all removed from the interior of the vehicle.
I think so. It wasn't by me.
You mentioned there being, I don't think you used the word butcher paper, but there was paper that O'Leary put down, correct?
I don't know if it was O'Leary, but there was paper down. Yes, sir.
Okay. And the purpose of the paper being down was to put the parts of the car that were in the interior on the ground.
Yes, sir.
Because not only were you looking for items such as toothbrushes, but you were also looking for latent bloodstains, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned Blue Star. Blue Star is a latent bloodstain reagent.
Yes, sir.
It reacts with hemoglobin.
Yes.
It can detect the presence of blood that cannot be seen by the naked eye.
Correct.
It can detect blood that has been cleaned up.
Yes, sir.
It can detect minute amounts.
Yes, sir.
And Blue Star was applied to the entirety of the exterior of the vehicle.
That I don't know. I wasn't there for that.
You weren't there for that?
No, sir.
Were you there for the, but you were there for the collection of swabs, right?
For the trunk, sir.
Just for the trunk?
Yes, sir.
All the same, you were there for when the Blue Star was applied to the exterior of the vehicle.
I don't remember that. I remember the trunk.
So are you aware of Blue Star being applied to the exterior of the vehicle?
Not that I can remember.
And what about the interior of the vehicle?
The trunk, yeah.
The state just had you look at a report.
Yes, sir.
Correct? And that's from the state's discovery?
Yes, sir.
Date stamp 111 through 114, state's discovery?
If you say so.
Do you still have that report out there, Detective?
No, sir.
If I may. Permission to approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize this document, Detective?
I do, yes.
And you indicated you cannot recall the extent of the use of Blue Star to the vehicle,
I remember the trunk, sir.
but you don't remember any other portions?
No.
Would it help you to look at that report?
Yes, but this isn't my report.
This is the same report that the state just provided you to refresh your recollection?
Right, but this report was written by Brian O'Leary. So he documented the items that I found.
Okay. Okay. Do you have any specific recollection of your participation on January 1st of 2022?
Yeah, I remember going down. I remember helping Brian Blue Star the trunk. I remember helping collect the samples. I remember collecting the items from the trunk. I don't remember doing much more than that for the vehicle.
So for you believe it was just the trunk?
Yes, sir. For the most part, yeah.
Well, all right, let's go ahead and talk about the trunk then. So Blue Star emits a reaction to the hemoglobin, right, by chemiluminescence?
Right, it's like a neon green looking color, like neon green, neon blue.
Some people say blue.
Yeah.
Light blue.
Right.
And your role in this was to make sure that the lighting was correct?
Yes, sir.
So it doesn't have to be pitch black for Blue Star to work, right?
No, but you want darkness for the camera.
You want dim light.
Right.
And was part of your role to make sure that the camera was functioning?
Nope. Detective O'Leary set the camera up on the tripod and had all the settings. You had to use specific settings, like shutter length that it's open for, type of thing.
And you were just ready with the swabs?
Yes.
And what you were waiting for was to see a reaction, right?
Correct.
And it would manifest itself with a light blue color.
Right.
It's a light blue color that would last for roughly 30 to 60 seconds.
Yeah, it's not very long.
But that 30 to 60 second reaction would suggest the presence of blood.
Yes, sir.
Blood that the naked eye cannot see.
Correct.
Blood that could have been cleaned up.
Correct.
So when there was that reaction, you would take those swabs, right, and get samples?
Right.
From that area that was illuminated.
Correct.
And you mentioned 2 swabs. One swab would be used to later provide to the State Forensic Laboratory.
Right.
The second swab you would use for a hemostick, right?
It depends. I think the second swab's in this case, I just use it for the next sample.
Okay. Let's talk about swabs you collected, JMT1, would that be something that you collected?
Yes.
And what was that? Do you recall?
No.
Would it help you to look at something to be able to recall that?
The report, yes.
Feel free to do so and just look up when you're done.
Yes, sir.
So JMT1, what is that?
So you want to describe what's in the report?
From your recollection, if you like, or I can just ask you questions about it at this point. It was a DNA swab that you took, right?
Right.
And it was a swab of an area that was positive for Blue Star, correct?
Right.
And it was by a piece of insulation.
I can't remember. I remember the trunk, and I remember we sprayed the Blue Star, lights went off. You see the areas that reacted, and then we took a photograph, and then we would look at the photograph after and compare, and then take the sample from that area.
So a swab was used to tame a sample, and was hemosticks also used on JMT1?
I don't recall that.
Fair to say, though, that the process, this isn't the first time that you've been involved in the Blue Star collection process.
It might be. There's one other time that I know of.
Okay.
That was over on Guilford Ave. I just don't remember if this happened before that.
But in terms of your recollection of the protocol or the proper procedure, if there were any reaction, positive reaction to the Blue Star, a sample would be collected, right?
Right.
So JMT1 reflected a swab from an area of the trunk that tested positive for hemoglobin. Let's talk about JMT2. Do you recall what that is?
From reading the report, it says in a trunk by a candy wrapper.
And this was a swab you took because the item tested positive, reacted positively to the Blue Star mist.
Right.
JMT4, that's also a swab that you took?
Yes, sir.
And this was also due to a reaction to the application of Blue Star in the trunk?
Yes, sir.
This was in a bumper crease area by the rubber gasket?
I don't remember.
You talk about this on direct, JMT8. Do you remember, again, what that was from?
I remember the carpet, the trunk liner. I don't remember what part tested positive.
Do you know if it was the top or the bottom?
I don't, sir.
But in any event, because that area tested positive, and it was probably something you couldn't really swab.
Right.
So because you couldn't swab it, you still want to make sure that you collected it,
Yes,
and that's why you cut out a portion of it,
right.
the portion that tested positive.
Yes.
So again, your understanding of the procedure is that if something tests positive for Blue Star, it's documented, right, in the form of the camera that's taking pictures.
Yes.
It's also documented by the collection of a sample from that area, right?
Yes.
In the form of a swab.
Right.
It's also documented in a police report.
Yes.
A police report that oftentimes ends up in discovery, like this one, right?
Yes, sir.
Like the report that you're looking at from Detective O'Leary.
Yes, sir.
So, Detective, I'm just trying to figure out why you only remember the trunk. Is it because that was the only area where there was a positive reaction for Blue Star on the vehicle?
I think that's just the only area that I helped with.
And to the best of your recollection, you don't know how many days of processing the Sebring took?
No, sir.
You were just there for one day?
Yes, sir.
And that would be January 1st,
Right.
2022.
I was in and out a lot, sir, but the day in question, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anything further?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Jeffrey, you did not spray the Blue Star in this particular case, correct?
No, sir.
And you were asked about training and experience with Blue Star. How many times had you applied Blue Star in the past at different crime scenes to try to discover evidence?
I can't remember if Guilford Ave happened before. I sprayed some there. A lot of the reason why I think I was involved in this was to learn that process, to see Detective O'Leary do it and assist him with it.
So at the time that you were assisting in this process, how much did you know about Blue Star? You asked a lot of questions about protocols and procedures and chemoluminescence. Did you know about all of that at the time that you were assisting?
I was given very, very simple instructions that it'll glow and that there is a potential that they could be blood.
Have you ever mixed up the reagents to use at a crime scene?
No.
Have you ever read the directions that are necessary before you mix up those reagents?
No.
With regards to Blue Star, what it's good for and not good for, are you aware, or do you know whether it can cause a false negative or a false positive response?
I was told it can react with rust.
And it can react with rust?
Yes, sir.
You still have the photos?
Yes, sir.
Just a quick question. No, just all right. I'll just take State Exhibit 104. That's State Exhibit 104 with registration. I think it's 103. So excuse me, 103. 103. Find 104, please. 104.
Yes, sir.
You think that might react with rust?
Yes, sir.
And the swabs that are taken, where do those swabs go?
I put them in the cardboard container, the swab container.
And what was your understanding of where they would be sent?
The state lab.
State lab. All right. Thank you. No further questions. Sir. Thank you, Mr. Zell.
This may have been one of the very few occasions that you were involved in the Blue Star application process, yet you still understood that the goal was to over-collect, correct, not under-collect?
Right, yes, sir.
So if there was any kind of a reaction, you made sure that was your job there, was to collect it, right?
Right.
So that it can later be determined if it was a true positive, if it was the result of interaction with blood, or from something else, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you were there, whatever your participation was, you made sure that you were collecting anything that reacted to the application of the spray.
Right. Not every, there were some areas that were very, very, very faint that when Detective O'Leary and I looked at it, we said that clearly was like a rust seam or something of that nature. So we didn't collect those. But anything else, yes.
And Detective O'Leary, to your knowledge, was very familiar with the application of Blue Star. I'll rephrase. You indicated that you had this was your first or maybe second time?
Yes, sir.
And that was part of the reason why you were there, right?
Yes, sir.
Was to learn from somebody who did know about the application of Blue Star.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Any objection? No objection. All right, you may sit down. You are excused. Standing call to next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry, Your Honor, just making sure the text is ready. Your Honor, at this time, the State Patrol Sergeant Brian O'Leary to stand. Just go to the stand and remain standing.
Please be careful of the wires as you walk through.
Thank you. Detective O'Leary, can you just stay there for a second, please, down? Please go ahead and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony that you give this truth, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Thank you.
Sergeant, as we are being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Brian O'Leary, BRIAN_O_LEARY.
And Sergeant, I'm going to guess, go ahead from your title, but where are you currently employed?
With the Manchester Police Department.
How long have you been working for them?
With Manchester for 17 years.
17 years?
That's correct.
Okay. And are you a full-time certified officer with the department?
Yes, I am.
Do you remember when you graduated the full-time police academy?
I did in 2003.
2003. Do you remember your academy class number?
I do, 132.
Okay. Currently, what unit are you working in inside the Manchester Police Department, and what shift?
I currently work the midnight shift as a patrol supervisor.
Okay. Did you work last night?
Yes, I did.
And what time did you get off work?
About 6 o'clock this morning.
Okay. Have you had a chance to get any sort of sleep before coming over here?
Yes.
Okay. If you need us to slow down, if you need us to restate a question, please let either myself or any attorney know, and we'll be glad to do that. So I'd like to ask, what are some of the different departments and units you've worked in at the Manchester Police Department?
I worked in the patrol division and I worked in the detective squad.
Okay. And how long have you been in the detective squad?
I was there for approximately 9 years.
9 years. And what are the dates of those years, if you could?
2013 until I got promoted in 2022.
What were some of your duties when you were in detectives?
I investigated crimes that happened in the city of Manchester, as well as processing crime scenes.
Back in specifically January of 2022, were you involved in the investigation into the disappearance then of Harmony Montgomery?
Yes, I was.
And did you continue to remain involved in that for several months?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to ask specifically about the very beginning of that investigation. Were you asked to work with other officers in doing a search of a 2010 Chrysler Sebring at the Manchester Police Department, Evidence Bay, with New Hampshire registration 4368206?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What was your role in the search of that car?
My role was to oversee and to help locate, identify, process pieces of evidence, and label pieces of evidence.
How long did it take to do the search?
We did over the course of 2 days.
And with regards to the first day, did you have a detective by the name of Joseph Tucker who was assisting you that day?
Yes, I did.
And was he also assisting you the second day, or was it other people?
It was a separate, a different detective the second day.
Who was assisting you the second day?
Detective Ray Lamy.
Can I ask you, it's the juror's understanding that initials of an officer sometimes play a role in how that evidence gets labeled. Can you describe for us how those initials play a role? So if you were to collect a piece of evidence and you were to put your initials on it, how does that go into the evidence department?
You would use typically your 3 initials followed by a number that identifies that specific piece of evidence that's being collected.
When you say 3 initials, you refer to the first, middle, and last name?
Typically, yes.
Excuse me, sir. Apologize, Sergeant. I'm sure that this will work properly. With regards to those initials, what are your 3 initials?
BEO.
And did you collect evidence in this particular case from this vehicle, or from this 2010 Chrysler Sebring?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So safe to say then it's going from BEO 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 and on up.
That's correct.
Okay. At some point in looking at this particular vehicle, did you also test it with a substance known as Blue Star?
Yes, I did.
Could you go ahead and why don't you go ahead and tell us what Blue Star is and what it can do, what your training has been with it as well?
Blue Star is a chemical that detects the hemoglobin in blood. So we would generally spray it out of a spray mist container, and we would get a reaction to the hemoglobin in blood. The reaction that we get, I would identify it as the color of the tissue boxes in the front there, the top part. It comes up as a fluorescent blue.
And you're referring to these tissue boxes at the very top of your vehicle?
That's correct, yes.
The top blue or the lower blue?
The top blue.
And how would you describe that blue? What words would you use?
Chemiluminescent.
Chemiluminescent, yes. Okay. Bright blue?
Bright blue, yes.
Okay. Excuse me. How do you apply Blue Star to something, whether it's an object or a large area?
The process, it comes in, there's a plastic container, spray bottle, and then a small little foil packet that has 3 tablets in it. We open up the 3 tablets, put it in the plastic container, and we agitate it. We swirl it around, not to shake it vigorously. And once the tablets have dissolved, we adjust the spray nozzle on the nozzle so that it's a fine mist, not a stream. And then once we have the fine mist, then we start spraying whatever we suspect to be an area where blood could have been or is.
When you say that you spray it on, can you kind of describe how you would spray it on? Is it just, me at my house, spraying some Windex on a glass, or how do you spray it? What's the method you use?
Using the Windex example, it's not like you're using Windex where you're spraying it directly on the window. The method is you want to be about 2 feet away from the object and spray it slightly above it so it kind of falls down onto the object, not spraying it straight at it. It's more of a mist in the air so that it falls down on the object.
When you go to use Blue Star, and I take it, how many times have you done that yourself?
In my detective career, probably 15 to 20 times.
Okay. When you go to do that, is there a certain process that you follow each time? When you say, okay, I have to go use Blue Star, I'm going to go get reagents. What are the first steps that you do before you get to that step of mixing and agitating?
The first steps, I look at the item or the area that I'm going to process to kind of develop a game plan to figure out how we're going to do this. And once I determine that whatever the area is, it's going to be processed, I'll go mix the Blue Star, as I mentioned before. While that's agitating, I'll get a camera ready. For the camera, we have special functions that we have to set up on the camera. In my time in detectives, I had one camera that was set up, so I would just have to press a button so it would automatically go to that function. I would double check to make sure that it was on that correct function, and nobody had altered the program before. And I guess I should say, before using Blue Star, read the directions just to make sure that nothing had changed from the last time that I used it. And all my times doing it stayed consistent with how to use it. I got my camera ready. I also get a tripod because the camera has to go on a tripod, because when you are taking a photo, once you have that reaction, you need to have a 30-second or more exposure. So that's what the tripod's for. So it can hold the camera still for 30 seconds or longer as it takes the picture.
All right. I'd like to ask you about a couple of those different components that you just explained to us. I think you said that you read the directions every time. Why do you do that?
Just to make sure that I'm doing it properly.
Okay. And also with regards to the camera and the camera settings, why is that so important?
The directions say that it has to be at a certain set up a certain way so that the lens is open wider when it's taking the photo. Because we're also, and I apologize if I didn't mention this earlier, we do this in total darkness or with a little bit of light. So that's why we have the long exposure. I would have a flashlight on my person. So when the lights are shut off, we could use the flashlight to, one, help assist us in getting around whatever object we're doing, make sure the camera's set up properly, and then adding just a little bit of light to the area. There's my understanding that the camera will take in whatever little bit of light there is and be able to take an appropriate photo.
So when it comes to lighting, do you actually use other officers to help you? Have somebody on the light switch?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you said also that you set up a tripod. Why do you do that?
Because the exposure, once you click the button to take the photo, it's going to be 30 seconds. So if it's on a tripod, the camera's not moving. I'm not able to hold the camera for 30 seconds without any type of vibration or anything like that. So that's why I keep it on the tripod. That takes the photo of the reaction that we see it. Once we see the reaction, the tripod and camera is kept in the same location. The settings are readjusted to a normal photo, and then we take a second photo to show that same area if there was a reaction, what it looks like.
So you're taking a photograph if there is a reaction, and then separately the lights come back on. I just want to make sure I got this right. And you're taking a photograph of the same spot with the lights on, so we can see what that looks like in regular light. When you spray on the Blue Star, then does it physically change the color of the object? So, for example, if I sprayed it on this piece of paper, is this piece of paper going to turn blue?
No.
Okay. And so you take that second photograph. Why? Why is that important?
We take the second photograph if we see a reaction the first time. That way you can see the photo that has the reaction, the fluorescent blue, where where the reaction is on the object, and then you can see it again in normal daylight with the lights on.
When you are spraying these items on, spraying this material on, how big an area do you do at a time?
It depends on what the object is.
I can ask a clarifying question on that then. So if it depends on what an object is, so say for example, I wanted to photograph something the size of these tissue boxes that are here, and I just want to spray that and photograph that. When I do that, am I going to want to have my camera up close or far away? And how many times am I going to take a photo of that, do you think?
So the general rule with photography and with scenes is we'd start off with a wide one to show this kind of angle, and then we get to a mid-range photo, and then we wouldn't do a close-up photo. The close-up photo would just be right of that object. If we're using the example of the shoebox, I would probably stand back with the camera probably 3 feet and still spraying at 2 feet, slightly above it so the mist would come down. But I also want to try to work on getting the top of the table part there as well as the sides.
Separate from that, then, let's say I had something that was the size of this table here to my right. As you can see, it's certainly longer than I am tall. If I wanted to go ahead and Blue Star an item that large, what would be the process to do that?
Same process as far as taking the photos. Something that size, I would probably break it up into maybe half or even quarters. And with each section that would get broken up, I would take a photo just of that area, just where I'm processing. I wouldn't do the big area for this small piece. It'll be the photo of this small piece for that small piece.
When you use Blue Star, can you get false positives sometimes?
Yes, you can.
What are false positives?
False positives are you would see the same reaction, the same fluorescent blue color. However, it doesn't last as long as what I've seen to be a positive reaction. The positive reaction is from 30 seconds upwards to a minute. The false positives that I have seen, it turns the bright blue quickly, and then it quickly fades.
Do you know what it is that can cause these false positives?
It could be different cleaning solutions, bleach, some chlorine-based materials, also some type of metals. I know iron was one specifically that I mentioned.
Do you know if any foods can cause these sort of false positives?
I don't know of any foods. I don't know.
You said in your experience, so have you seen some of these false positives before?
Yes, I have.
And if you get a positive, what you think may not be a false positive, would you go ahead and then swab that item?
Yes, I would.
How do you do that?
The swabs, it's like a Q-tip, except it's about 5 inches long. The ones we use wooden handle, and it's got the cotton swab at one end. They come to a package that's sealed. We'd open the package. We take one swab out at a time. We would use sterile water if the sample that we were trying to collect was a dry sample. If it was something that was wet or moist, we could just use the swab. So if it's a dry sample, we would take some sterile water, pour some sterile water into the cap of the sterile water container, and we would dip the swab in the cap, and then we would take a swab of whatever we want to take a swab of. Generally, we would try to use the tip of the swab and just like a little swirling motion. You don't have to get the entire swab soaked in whatever the item is, but usually you want to get a good amount.
When you say the tip of the, I'm sorry, you would put the water in the cap of the sterile water solution. Am I envisioning correctly? We're talking about a cap, and you would turn it upside down, so the inside is what you would be pouring the water into.
That's correct. It's probably about a 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch cap.
And once you go ahead and take a swab of something, they came back with what you believe may be positive for Blue Star. Where does that swab go?
We then put that in a cardboard box. Cardboard boxes come flat. They're probably 6 inches or so, and about quarter of an inch or so in a square. So we assemble that box together. We put the swab in it, and we close the swab box. And then to seal the box, we would put evidence tape on both ends of the swab box, label it appropriately with whatever evidence numbers we were using. Generally, put a biohazard sticker on that swab, and then we fill out information as far as the case number with the evidence number.
And where do those swabs get shipped to?
The state lab.
Did you apply Blue Star to this 2010 Chrysler Sebring with a New Hampshire registration 4368206 that we talked about earlier?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Where did you apply it?
I did the interior and exterior of the vehicle.
Okay. I'd like to start with the exterior and kind of work our way in. When you say the exterior of the vehicle, what parts of the exterior?
The entire vehicle, the hood, the roof, passenger side doors, windows, the window doors on the driver's side of the vehicle, and I did the trunk, everywhere.
Sergeant, you've got a series of photographs in front of you that are photographs that specifically are numbered 4 through 10, as well as States Exhibits 103, 4, 5, and 6. Let you go ahead and look through those for a brief moment. Some will be down there, and some will be
this one as well.
Yes, that's 104. Okay. So I'd ask you to go ahead and look through 103, 4, 5, and 6 are the smaller standard paper ones. 4 through 10 and 11. Outside, Sergeant? Yes. Sorry, thank you. Specifically, I'd like to go ahead and start, and you can feel free to either look at the photographs that are in front of you, or you can also look at the screen as I project them behind you. Either one's going to be fine. I'd like to go ahead and start with States Exhibit 103. Sorry, I don't know why. Could you please look at States Exhibit 103? It's one of the smaller ones.
Yes.
Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Just approach the witness for a second. Excuse me.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
That's the Chrysler Sebring that I assisted in searching.
Okay. And is that the trunk of the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Let me ask you: were you aware whether or not this car came from a tow lot before you saw it?
Yes, it was.
I'd like to also move on to States Exhibit, 5, if I could, please. One of the larger exhibits, or you can look on the screen behind you. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Okay. How do you recognize the car?
It's missing the wheels on the front of the vehicle and the driver's side doors.
Now, you stated that at the time that you applied Blue Star to, I believe you said to all of the exterior. So does that include all the hood that we can see here?
That's correct.
All right. Did you also apply it to the roof of the car?
Yes, I did.
Windshields?
Yes.
Okay. I see that we've got 2 doors missing here on the driver's side, but what about the passenger side doors and the exterior of those doors?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What about the trunk that we can see sticking up in the back of this photo? Did you apply it there?
Yes, I did.
From the Blue Star that was applied to the exterior of the car, did you receive any positive reactions?
No, I did not.
So with regards to the condition of the car, I wonder if you could go ahead and talk to us a little bit about that. What did you feel the condition was when you saw it?
It's obviously been in a junkyard for a couple of years. It was missing. What's in the picture here? The wheels, the doors, all the guts to the vehicle were inside of the vehicle. There was no engine. Rear tires were missing. Inside, there were a lot of rust flakes, dirt, dust. It had like a moldy scent. Some areas were wet, and it still had some snow and ice in it. That's correct.
With regards to the missing parts here, did you also notice whether or not the engine was missing?
Yes, it was.
Overall, what was the smell of the car?
There was the musty, damp, gross smell.
I'd like to go to Exhibit 4 for a moment, please. You recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what's that photo of?
The same vehicle. The Chrysler Sebring.
Sebring. When you applied the Blue Star, what appeared as possible positive tests in the trunk area of the car? Did you get any possible positives there?
Yeah, we saw a couple areas that had some possible positive reactions.
And was that on the second or was that on the first day? That you looked in the car? Who was assisting you that first day in collecting the swabs?
Detective Joe Tucker.
And you said Joe Tucker?
That's correct.
And those 4 swabs, were they all from the trunk area on the interior or were they on the exterior?
Interior.
Once those 4 swabs, did you photograph them and apply the Blue Star in the same manner that you described for us a moment ago?
Yes, I did.
And once you collected those swabs, where were they sent?
New Hampshire State Lab.
Did you also use any tools on swabs? The jury's heard this question before, something called a hemastick.
Yes.
All right, what is a hemastick?
Hemastick is a small strip of paper that has one end, a small portion of it has some sort of chemical on it. It also reacts to the hemoglobin in blood.
And did you use any hemasticks here?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Did you use them on any of the spots where you had those the Blue Star positive results?
When we had the Blue Star positive results, I think I did.
Well, I don't want you to necessarily guess. So
Yeah, I
let me
can't-
ask you, if you had a chance to look at your report, or did you write a report on the search of that car?
Yes, I did.
All right. And if you had a chance to look at that report, would that help refresh your recollection as to whether you used HEMA sticks on any of those 4 swabs from the trunk?
Yes, please.
Excuse me?
There are no handles or marks. Student has been marked. Dates and pages 111 to 114. I'm just going to ask you, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do. This is the report that I did that documented the search of the crisis supermarket.
If you had a chance to look at that report, do you think that might refresh your recollection on whether or not you used HEMA sticks on any of those 4 swabs that were taken from the trunk?
Yes.
If you could please go ahead and do that, take your time. And then, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
Let me take the report. Were there any of those that you used HEMA sticks on from this 4 in the trunk?
Yes.
Okay, how many?
4.
4?
Yes.
You used 4 HEMA sticks on the 4 positive blue stars?
Yes.
Why would you use another testing method after you use the blue star?
We use this kind of a backup, just to kind of reconfirm. In the event, in my experience, we have had some that do come out testing for positive. So this way we can at least explain to the lab if we need to that it tested positive for blue star and then also on the HEMA stick.
And why is that? Why is
Get
that
out of the
you say
way.
Do that for the lab. Can you kind of explain to us why?
I think, they ask us if what we've done for processing, just, I guess my assumption is it's on their end, so they know how that they can process it further. So they know if it's been treated by other chemicals or what other chemicals have been used on it before.
And generally, when you do an application like this of some sort of testing, do you tell the lab what you did so they know what may or may not be on there?
That's correct.
With regards to the HEMA sticks, can those also present a false positive sometimes?
Yes, they can.
Have you seen that in your experience?
I have, yes.
And can you explain what the HEMA sticks look like? I believe you said that they were little strips of paper. How small are we talking?
They are probably 2 inches, 2.5 inches in length, an eighth of an inch wide.
Very narrow then.
Very narrow, yes. And then one end, it's got a different material on it. I can't remember if it's a different color, but it's obvious that that is the end where you put whatever reaction or whatever you want to test against on that end.
Did you use some HEMA sticks on other areas of the car, interior, other clothing that was found in the car, items that were found in the car in general?
Yes, I did.
And generally speaking, where did you send the ones that came back, these presumptive positive from the HEMA sticks? Where did you send those?
To the state lab.
Did you have any that you tested with HEMA sticks that actually came back negative for Blue Star first?
That's correct, yes.
And did you collect swabs from there as well?
Yes.
And where did you send those?
We just got those at the police department.
Okay. Later on, do you know if any of those were sent to the state lab?
I don't recall.
Did you also, I believe you said before that you had, oh, excuse me. I know you didn't. Were you ever involved in a search of 77 Guilford Street?
Yes, I was.
And what was your role in that search?
I was asked to Blue Star a little section of the basement area.
Of a section of the basement area.
That's right.
Okay. And other than that, did you have any other role to play in the search of that Guilford Street address?
I had to go back another time for a secondary search using Blue Star in a different area of the basement. And then I also assisted in a search of the property at 77 Guilford Street.
With regards to the 2 Blue Star applications at 77 Guilford Street, so you said one was in the basement. Where was the second one?
In the basement as well.
And also in the basement. And did either of those produce any positive results?
No, they did not.
What about the search of 644 Union Street later on? Were you present during a search of that residence?
Yes, I was.
Primarily doing the search of that residence?
Representatives from the FBI.
And what was your role that day during that search?
My role is just mostly being an observer. If they identified something that's going to be taken as evidence, they would physically collect it from where it was, pass it off to myself, and I would bring it down to another representative from the FBI who would complete the evidence log and collect that piece of evidence and do their own documentation.
Just a brief moment, please, Ron. Sergeant Leary, I just have 3 last quick questions for you. With regards to the search of the trunk, you stated that you applied Blue Stars. I was correct, and you took 4 swabs. Were those 4 swabs from areas that tested presumptively positive?
Yes.
On the Blue Star? Okay. And did you see any other indications back there that you deemed to be false positives?
Yes.
Okay. And how many? Do you remember?
There's maybe 3 or 4. Maybe 2 or 3 in the trunk area.
Okay. 2 or 3 in the trunk areas. Okay. And with regards to the rest of the other areas of the car, did you find food wrappers in that car or food containers?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Just one or multiple?
I found multiple. There are like snack packs, some baby bottles, some baby food containers, and other miscellaneous wrappers for food.
In your search of the car, were there a large number of pieces of evidence that were taken out that were signed with your name, BEO1, BEO2, BEO3, things
Yes.
like that? Okay. And were those ones that you had seized and then again got logged in under your initials?
That's correct.
At this time, Sergeant Leary, I don't have any further questions for you. I believe we may need to see the court for a brief moment, but then defense counsel will have a few. Thank you.
Gentlemen, I think this is a good natural breaking point for you all to break for lunch. So I'm gonna release you for lunch. I remind you, don't discuss the case with each other or with anybody else. Make sure that you are keeping an open mind. Don't do any research. Don't look up any media. And we will see you after the lunch break. If you would return at 1 o'clock, please. All rise for the jurors.
Okay.
right, sir. I am going to have you come back at 1 o'clock. I'm sure you're tired, but I need to take that break. So, all right, everybody, 1 o'clock. Yes. You may sit down. Okay, give me 1 minute. You may sit down. I reviewed the letter. I just want to review the draft of it.
Being the Chrysler Sebring.
Yes.
It was already in the Manchester Sebring. Up to that point, approximately how many times had you previously professionally used Blue Star for processing?
A rough approximation would be probably 15 to 20 times that I've used it.
And you used that experience in processing this particular item, correct?
That's correct.
That item being the Chrysler Sebring.
Yes.
It was already in the Manchester garage bay when you saw it, right?
Yes, it was.
Missing tires?
Yes.
And I believe you described them as guts, but a lot of car parts were actually inside.
That's right.
The vehicle.
Yes.
So for using the Blue Star, one of the first things you have to do, obviously, is mix the chemicals, correct?
Yes.
And it is your practice before doing so to always reread the instruction manual.
Yes.
It never hurts just to make sure you're following it correctly, right?
That's right.
And as you mentioned, there's the possibility that the instructions could have changed since the last time.
Yes.
So you implemented that same practice here. Before processing the Sebring, you reread the instructions.
Yes.
And I think you had also indicated that the instructions are fairly idiot-proof, I think you had said. But
yes.
All the same, you made sure to comply with those instructions in the processing of the Sebring.
Yes, it did.
You applied. Well, let me just back up. It took a while
Isabel?
to process this car, right?
Yes, it did.
2 different dates?
Yes.
January 7th was one?
Yes.
The second date was the 7th?
Yes.
On the first, Detective Tucker assisted you?
Yes, he did.
For at least part of the time?
Yes.
And then on the second date, the 7th, Detective Laney helped you, right?
That's correct.
And again, your goal with the Blue Star was to apply it to every nook and cranny of both the exterior and interior, correct?
Correct.
And before doing so, you obviously you dimmed the lights in the bay.
In the bay, they're either on or they're off.
Okay.
There's no dimming feature to it.
But there was some light, maybe potentially. It doesn't have to be pitch black for you to be able to see the Blue Star, correct?
We would use that flashlight that I had.
With the exterior, there were no positive reactions, right?
Correct.
A positive reaction you've learned through your training experience lasts about 30 to 60 seconds.
That's correct.
And it is that top blue color on that Kleenex box that's by the jury, right?
That's correct.
And you're able to distinguish that from what's called a false positive.
Correct.
Probably the same color, but it's more like a flash, right?
Yes.
It lasts for just a few short seconds.
That's correct.
There are a few things that can cause a false positive. One of those being a cleaning agent, right?
That's correct.
So sometimes in your investigations, a false positive can itself have some evidentiary value, right?
That's correct.
It may suggest that efforts were made to try and clean whatever object it was that you were processing.
That's correct.
Let's now talk about the application of the Blue Star to the interior of the vehicle. Before doing so, you placed down some butcher paper on the garage floor.
That's correct.
And you removed the items from the interior of the car.
That's correct.
And when I'm talking about the interior, there's the trunk, and that's been pretty well covered, but there's also the cabin.
That's correct.
The passenger cabin.
Yes.
The front seats and rear seats.
Yes.
So you removed any items, including car parts, from the interior before applying the Blue Star?
Yes, I did.
And you applied the Blue Star in the manner specified to you in the instruction manual?
Yes.
Again, it's not like a burst. It's a light spray that you're trying to provide, right?
That's correct.
You don't need to saturate it or anything.
Correct.
But you want to make sure that you apply that mist over the entirety of the vehicle.
That's correct.
And the interior.
Yes.
This would include the steering column.
Yes.
Center console.
Yes.
Driver's seat.
Yes.
All the seats for that matter.
Yes.
And that's what you did.
Yes.
And there was no positive reaction.
That's correct.
No positive reaction on the steering column.
Correct.
Steering wheel.
Correct.
Driver's seat.
Correct.
The entirety of the passenger seat.
Correct.
Or the center console.
That's correct.
And that's what you documented in your report.
Yes.
A report which was later provided as discovery.
Yes.
And so just to be clear, this was the entirety of the interior that you applied the Blue Star.
Yes.
That would include not just the front passenger cabin, but the entirety of the rear passenger cabin.
Yes.
That would include all of the rear seats.
Yes.
And that would include the entirety of the seat for the back passenger.
Yes.
And crevices.
Yes.
And again, there was no reaction.
Correct.
False or negative?
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Just a moment, please.
All right, you may sit down.
Thank you.
I have an exclusive.
You're in the state calls Anthony Badero.
Please just watch the wire, sir.
And Mr. Badero, just remain standing. Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Sure, yes, sir.
Have a seat and make yourself comfortable. Here's your water.
Thank you.
Buddy.
How are you doing today, Mr. Badero?
All right.
Can you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
My name is Anthony Bodero, Anthony Bodero.
And sorry, we're just getting set up, Mr. Badero. I apologize.
Okay, take your time. Sure, sure.
How's it look? What's she talking about bringing down here?
Mr. Badero, what's your date of birth?
August 30th of 1973.
And how far did you go in school?
High school, only 11th grade.
What's the current city that you reside in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
And how long have you lived here in Manchester?
13, 14 years.
Mr. Badero, are you
I told you I was running this case today.
Yes, sir.
And how are you familiar with that area?
I used to reside at the residence here.
And again, Mr. Badero, we're making a record, so I'm just going to ask, there's a little microphone in front of you. I'm just going to ask that you speak into that and as loud as you can.
Am I muted? I was muted. I've probably been muted half the time because I've been clicking it the wrong way. Anyway, I'm being summoned, so I'm going to pause the trial where it is now, and I will start the live back up. And thank you all for being here. Thank you for anybody that's replay crew. And I bet half this time I've been clicking the button the wrong way. So I've been sitting here ranting and nobody been hearing it. But I am going to be back here probably in a couple hours. And we're going to start back up with Anthony Badero, the local drug dealer, and his portion of his testimony. But as always, guys, thank you for being here. Remember, it takes a village to raise a child. If you see something, say something. And justice for Harmony.